Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is the Great God Pen. Look. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey not just into a story, but into the very fabric of perception itself, a journey that promises to unravel the comfortable threads of reality you've woven around your everyday existence. Prepare yourself, for we are about to delve into the chilling depths of the unknown, to peer beyond the veil that separates our mundane world from something far older, far grander, and utterly terrifying. Our exploration begins with a fundamental question, one that lies at the very heart of human curiosity and primal fear. What if the world you perceive, the world you touch, taste, hear, and see, is merely a thin, gossamer curtain draped over an infinite, unimaginable truth? What if the comforting solidity of your surroundings is nothing more than a carefully constructed illusion, a necessary filter that protects your fragile mind from the overwhelming, sanity-shattering reality that pulses just beneath its surface? This, my friends, is the terrifying premise we shall grapple with today, the central enigma of lifting the veil of reality. It's a concept that resonates deeply within us, isn't it? This notion that there's more to life than meets the eye, that a secret stratum of existence operates just beyond our grasp. It's a whisper in the dark, a shiver down the spine when you're utterly alone, a persistent suspicion that our understanding of the universe is woefully incomplete, perhaps even deliberately obscured for our own good. Imagine, if you will, being granted a fleeting, horrifying glimpse behind that curtain. What would you see? What unspeakable wonders, or more likely, unspeakable horrors, would brand themselves onto your very soul, irrevocably altering your perception of everything you once held to be true? This is not mere speculation for the faint of heart, it is the very essence of the dread we seek to understand, the profound, existential terror that waits at the threshold of forbidden knowledge. We are not talking about simple magic tricks or optical illusions here. No, we are speaking of a fundamental shift in perception, a forced expansion of consciousness that might shatter the very framework of what it means to be human. Think of it as opening a door you never knew existed, a door that leads not into another room, but into another dimension of being, a place where the rules of physics, biology, and even logic might simply cease to apply. And the most chilling part? What if this veil, this protective barrier, isn't just accidental, but purposefully maintained, an ancient cosmic guardrail designed to keep our delicate human minds from collapsing under the weight of an unbearable truth? The very idea is both exhilarating and profoundly unsettling, touching upon our deepest fears of the unknown and our most ardent desires for ultimate understanding. This core concept, this terrifying premise of lifting the veil of reality, serves as the cornerstone for our journey into the world of the great God Pen. It asks us to confront the limits of our own perception, to question the very nature of what we deem real, and to consider the devastating consequences of seeing what was never meant for human eyes. It's an invitation to discomfort, certainly, but also an invitation to a unique form of intellectual and psychological exploration that few other narratives dare to offer. So, take a deep breath, steady your resolve, and prepare to venture with us into the shadowy territories where reality frays and the unimaginable looms. Now, let us delve deeper into this primal fear, into the very first crack in that comfortable facade. Have you ever, dear listener, found yourself deep within the embrace of an ancient forest, far from the familiar sounds of civilization, and felt an unseen presence? It's a sensation that transcends mere solitude, isn't it? It's a profound, almost tangible awareness that you are not, in fact, alone. The air grows heavy, the rustling leaves suddenly seem to whisper secrets not meant for human ears, and the very shadows appear to lengthen and deepen with an intelligence all-th. Then, gently, let your mind wander beyond the purely empirical. Ask yourself, if I were to truly open myself to the unseen, what sensations would I detect? Not in a way that generates fear, but in a way that acknowledges the vastness and mystery of the natural world. Recall a moment when you felt a similar inexplicable chill or an unsettling sense of being watched. Don't dismiss it as irrational. Instead, explore the feeling. Where did it come from? What did it evoke in you? This isn't about conjuring spirits, but about acknowledging the profound psychological impact of wilderness on the human psyche, and how our brains are predisposed to seek meaning and agency in the ambiguous, preparing us for the deeper truths we are about to uncover in this tale. It's about tuning into the innate human sensitivity to the subtle energies and profound mysteries that permeate our existence, even if we seldom acknowledge them. This brings us, quite naturally, to our second key point, a concept central to our upcoming narrative, the notion of Pan, not as a gentle, flute-playing mythological figure, a quaint faun frolicking in sun-dappled glades, but as a terrifying cosmic truth. For many, the name Pan conjures images of pastoral serenity, of ancient Greek gods overseeing flocks and rustic merriment. He is often depicted with his pipes, a jovial, somewhat mischievous figure, an embodiment of benevolent nature. But this modern, sanitized image, dear listener, is a stark departure from the primal, awe-inspiring, and often horrifying entity that ancient civilizations truly feared and revered. The true Pan is far older, far more potent, and utterly indifferent to human sensibilities or desires. He is the raw, untamed, terrifying aspect of nature itself, the chaotic, overwhelming force that existed long before humanity ever gazed upon a star or built a shelter. He is the wilderness incarnate, not merely an inhabitant of it. Think of the very word panic. Where does it come from? It's directly derived from pen. The ancients understood that pen could inspire an unreasoning, overwhelming terror, a sudden, inexplicable fear that could seize entire armies and scatter them into disarray, a psychological stampede without any visible cause. This wasn't the fear of a monster you could fight or flee from, it was a profound, soul-shaking dread, an existential terror that overwhelmed the senses and shattered composure. It was the sudden realization of one's utter insignificance in the face of an incomprehensibly vast and ancient power. This pen is not a mere shepherd god, he is the spirit of the boundless, untamed cosmos, the wild, chaotic energy that underpins all creation and threatens to reclaim all order. He is the overwhelming silence of the universe, the crushing pressure of deep time, the indifferent cruelty of natural selection, all rolled into an entity that transcends human comprehension. A powerful real-world storytelling example of this subversion of the familiar into the terrifying can be seen in how H.P. Lovecraft took benevolent or neutral mythological concepts and twisted them into cosmic horrors. While Pen is not a Cthulhu-esque entity in a direct sense, the approach is similar, taking a known entity and revealing its true, unimaginable scale and horrific implications. Imagine being told that the friendly neighborhood deity you've always seen as a protector of animals is, in fact, a primordial force that views humanity as utterly irrelevant, a fleeting anomaly on the face of an ancient earth, capable of inducing madness with a mere glance or a discordant note from his pipes. It's the horror of realizing that the comfort you derived from a myth was based on a fundamental misunderstanding, and the truth is far more devastating. It's like finding out your benevolent grandfather is actually an eldritch being who sees your existence as less significant than a dust mote. The terror isn't in his malice, but in his utter indifference, his cosmic perspective that renders all human concerns meaningless. Psychologically, why does this matter? Think of the unfortunate souls who gaze upon Cthulhu in the Call of Cthulhu. They don't just see a monster, they glimpse a reality that simply cannot be reconciled with human existence, and their minds shatter as a result. Their horror is not just what they see, but the irreversible damage that act of seeing inflicts upon their very being. It's the ultimate unseeing, where one wishes desperately to erase the memory, but the impression is too deeply etched into the very fabric of consciousness to ever fade. Psychologically, why does this matter so profoundly? Because our sanity is not an immutable, indestructible fortress, it is a delicate construct, constantly maintained by our brain's ability to filter, interpret, and make sense of the vast influx of sensory information. When this filtering mechanism fails, or when the incoming information is so utterly alien that it defies all interpretation, the mind's ability to create a coherent reality breaks down. This can manifest in various ways: catatonia, where the mind retreats entirely from the unbearable input; psychosis, where it fabricates its own, equally terrifying, reality; or complete, irreversible mental incapacitation. It's a profound violation of our cognitive boundaries, a forced expansion beyond the limits of what our brains are evolved to handle. The horror lies in the fact that the human mind, in its protective isolation, is unprepared for such raw, unfiltered truth, and its primary response is self-destruction. It's a testament to the fact that there are some truths best left buried, some doors best left unopened, and some veils that should never, ever be lifted. The sheer terror lies in the knowledge that our greatest asset, our consciousness, can also be our greatest vulnerability. For practical application steps, dear listener, I invite you to engage in a thought experiment, one that requires a degree of courage and introspection. Consider the things you hold most sacred in your understanding of the world: the laws of physics, the certainty of gravity, the concept of time moving forward, the fundamental nature of what it means to be alive. Now, imagine if, for just a fleeting second, you were given an undeniable, irrefutable glimpse of a reality where these sacred tenets simply did not apply. Where gravity could flow upwards, where time could ripple backwards, where life and death held no inherent meaning, and where forms could shift and melt with impossible fluidity. Don't try to intellectualize it away, truly try to feel the disorientation, the profound terror of such a moment. How would your mind react to this absolute breakdown of foundational certainty? What would be the first thing to shatter within you? This isn't about inducing fear, but about intellectually and emotionally engaging with the premise of cognitive dissonance taken to its absolute extreme, preparing you for the psychological intensity of the narrative we are about to explore. It's an exercise in understanding the delicate balance of our own sanity and the protective illusions we unknowingly cling to. In summary, dear listener, we have charted a course through the unsettling premise that our reality is but a thin veneer, protecting us from unimaginable truths. We've explored the primal fear of the unseen presence in the deep woods, connecting it to our evolutionary past and the psychological drive to find meaning and threat in ambiguity. We've redefined Pan, transforming him from a gentle mythical figure into a terrifying cosmic truth, an embodiment of nature's indifferent, overwhelming power that shatters our comforting narratives. And finally, we have gazed into the abyss of what happens when the human mind is forced to confront the unimaginable, exploring the profound and irreversible psychological consequences of lifting that protective veil. These are not merely abstract concepts, they are the very threads that weave the chilling tapestry of the great god Pan. As we transition from these foundational ideas into the narrative itself, remember the questions we posed. The Fae. Intro. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey into the shadowed corners of human experience, a descent into the sublime terror of the unseen, and an exploration of truths perhaps best left undisturbed. My voice will be your guide, a quiet companion through the unsettling landscapes woven by the master of the macabre, Arthur Machen, in his seminal work, The Great God Pan. We stand now at the threshold of Chapter 2, which, in our audio adaptation, serves as a crucial introduction to the profound and often disturbing themes we are about to encounter. Our purpose here, in this introductory segment, is to meticulously set the stage, to calibrate your senses and your imagination to the unique frequency of Machen's genius. We aim to establish an undeniable, lingering sense of unease, a pervasive, almost imperceptible eeriness that will underpin every word, every whisper, every chilling revelation to come. This is not merely a story, it is an atmosphere, a psychological landscape, an intrusion of the ancient and arcane into the very fabric of our perceived reality. The narrator's perspective here is paramount, not as an active participant in the unfolding horror, but as a seasoned voyager charting a course through treacherous, otherworldly waters, preparing you for the strange currents ahead. Are you ready to venture beyond the veil of the mundane? Are you prepared to confront the unsettling possibilities that lie just beneath the surface of the world you thought you knew? Arthur Machen. The very name evokes a certain fin de siècle mystique, doesn't it? He was an author who, in the latter half of the 19th century, dared to gaze into the abyss and translate its terrifying whispers into prose. Born in Wales in 1863, Machen was a man deeply steeped in mystical traditions, an antiquarian with a profound reverence for the ancient and the arcane. It was this unique sensibility that he brought to The Great God Pan, a novella first published in 1894, which would go on to cast an impossibly long shadow over the nascent genre of cosmic horror. This was not a tale of mere ghosts or vampires, though those too have their place in the pantheon of fear. No, Machen's innovation lay in something far more profound, far more existentially shattering, the idea that there are dimensions of reality, truths about the universe, and indeed, about our very origins, that are so utterly alien, so profoundly antithetical to human reason, that their mere apprehension can shatter sanity itself. He gave us the unsettling notion of an ancient, pre-human intelligence, a primeval force, lurking just beyond our limited perceptions, ready to intrude with devastating consequences. Consider the massive impact of this novella on the horror genre. Before Machen, the terror often stemmed from moral transgressions, from the supernatural consequences of earthly sins, or from the Gothic dread of decaying castles and vengeful spirits. Machen, however, introduced something new, a horror born not of moral failing, but of forbidden knowledge, of accidentally glimpsing the underlying chaos beneath the orderly facade of existence. He sowed the seeds for what would later be fully cultivated by H.P. Lovecraft, who famously cited Machen as a significant influence. Lovecraft's cosmic entities, his elder gods, his Cthulhu mythos, these terrifying visions of beings beyond human comprehension, dwelling in the dark voids between stars, owe an undeniable debt to Machen's conception of the Great God Pan. Machen paved the way for the idea that the universe is not indifferent to humanity, but rather utterly alien, governed by forces that mock our fragile sense of order and significance. This isn't just about a monster, it's about the very fabric of reality unraveling. To offer a real-world storytelling example, think of the seismic shift brought about by Edgar Allan Poe in the realm of psychological horror, delving into the twisted corners of the human mind, or Mary Shelley with Frankenstein, exploring the hubris of scientific creation. Machen's contribution to cosmic horror is no less significant. Just as Poe revealed the horrors lurking within the human psyche, Machen unveiled the horrors lurking beyond human perception, in the very fabric of the cosmos. His influence can be seen not only in Lovecraft's sprawling mythos but also in the works of Algernon Blackwood, Lord Dunsany, and countless contemporary authors who explore themes of ancient evil, the breakdown of reality, and the terrifying beauty of the sublime. The revelation of the truly alien, the truly other, as a source of ultimate horror, stems directly from Machen's pioneering efforts. He showed us that the most frightening thing might not be a creature with claws and teeth, but a truth that dismantles our understanding of existence. From a psychological perspective, why does this particular type of horror resonate so deeply, even over a century later? It taps into our most primal fears, the fear of the unknown, certainly, but also the more existential dread that our lives, our beliefs, our very sanity, are built on a fragile foundation. Machen's horror suggests that the world we perceive, the reality we comfortably inhabit, is merely a thin veil, easily torn, revealing unspeakable chaos beneath. This isn't just about being scared, it's about being fundamentally unsettled, about having our understanding of what is real, what is possible, and what defines humanity, thrown into disarray. It's the fear that if we look too closely, if we dare to peer behind the curtain, we might find nothing but madness, or worse, a reality so vast and terrifying that our minds simply cannot cope. It speaks to our deep-seated anxiety about our place in the universe, suggesting we are perhaps not the apex of creation, but merely ephemeral insects on the fringes of an ancient, indifferent, and monstrous reality. Does this not, in its own way, touch upon a profound philosophical anxiety within us all? For you, dear listener, as you prepare to immerse yourself in this profound narrative, the practical application of this understanding is crucial. Approach the great God Pan not as a casual diversion, but as a deep dive into a work that actively seeks to dismantle your preconceived notions of reality. Be prepared to embrace ambiguity, to linger on unsettling descriptions, and to allow the atmosphere of dread to slowly, almost imperceptibly, seep into your consciousness. This is not a story that will reveal all its secrets explicitly. Machen masterfully implies, hints, and suggests, leaving the most terrifying revelations to unfold in the theater of your own mind. I encourage you to find a quiet space, free from distractions, where you can fully surrender to the insidious whispers of this tale. Allow your imagination to be your most potent companion, for it is there that Machen's horror truly takes root and flourishes. Now, let us discuss the intended duration of our audio journey. This complete audio book, comprising all the chapters of The Great God Pen, is designed to span approximately 284 minutes. That's nearly 5 hours of carefully curated narration, delivered with a deliberate, measured pacing. Why such a specific duration? Why not rush through it? Because The Great God Pen is not a novella to be consumed quickly. It is a slow burn, a gradual descent into madness and mystery, a narrative that demands patience and contemplation. The horror in Machen's work is not of the immediate, visceral jump-scare variety, nor is it driven by a rapid-fire plot. Instead, it is a horror that builds incrementally, accumulating weight and dread with each passing moment, each unsettling detail, each fragmented testimony. This deliberate, unhurried pacing is an essential The air itself is thick with the scent of chemicals, of dust, and perhaps, a faint, metallic tang of something unidentifiable, something unnatural. This is no ordinary academic study, it is a sanctum of forbidden inquiry, a place where the boundaries of human knowledge are not merely explored, but actively, dangerously, transgressed. Here, under the cloak of a late, solitary night, a man of science, Dr. Raymond, driven by an insatiable, almost blasphemous curiosity, prepares to conduct an experiment that will forever alter the course of several lives, and indeed, unleash a cosmic horror upon the unsuspecting world. Within this charged atmosphere, two other figures are present: Clark, the trusted friend and confidant, a man of intellect and perhaps, a degree of apprehension, whose role is to witness, to observe, to lend a semblance of scientific rigor to an act that defies all natural law. And then there is Mary, a young woman, seemingly innocent, vulnerable, yet crucially, the unwitting vessel for Raymond's daring, terrifying experiment. She is the patient, the subject, the one upon whom the ultimate violation of perception is to be inflicted. The nature of this experiment, hinted at with ominous portent, is nothing less than the attempted opening of the doors of perception. Dr. Raymond, with an intellectual hubris that borders on madness, seeks to grant Mary a momentary glimpse, a fleeting vision, of the transcendental world, of the ultimate reality that lies beyond the narrow confines of our everyday senses. He believes, in his misguided pursuit of truth, that humanity has been deliberately blinded, mercifully protected from a reality too immense, too terrifying, for our fragile minds to comprehend. And he, in his unparalleled arrogance, believes he can safely, scientifically, lift that veil. He seeks to show Mary, and through her, perhaps even himself and Clark, what no human was ever meant to see. This is not a simple scientific demonstration. This is an act of profound transgression, a direct challenge to the natural order, a hubristic attempt to wield powers that were never meant for mortal hands. The consequences of this initial act are not merely immediate, they ripple outwards, through decades, through generations, sowing seeds of madness, corruption, and a pervasive, insidious evil that will touch countless lives? This dark laboratory, this fateful night, this single, horrific experiment, is the genesis of all the horror that follows in the great God pen. It is the moment when the ancient and the modern collide, when the human and the utterly inhuman find an accidental, terrifying point of contact. It is the moment when the universe whispers back, and its whisper is one of absolute terror. To provide a powerful real-world storytelling example, consider the iconic image of Victor Frankenstein in his laboratory, shrouded in storm and shadow, bringing his creature to life. Or think of Dr. Jekyll, concocting the potion that would unleash his monstrous hide. These are places of illicit knowledge, of scientific ambition spiraling into monstrous outcomes. Machen's laboratory scene, while less overtly theatrical, carries the same profound weight of transgression. It's the intellectual equivalent of peering into the abyss, and discovering that the abyss, indeed, gazes also into you, and that its gaze can shatter the very essence of your being. It's a moment of audacious overreach, the hubris of man challenging the divine, or in this case, the cosmic, and incurring a terrible, lingering price. Psychologically, why does the allure of forbidden knowledge, and the terrifying consequences of pursuing it, hold such a grip on our collective imagination? It speaks to our deepest fears about human hubris, about the dangers of unchecked ambition, and the fragility of our perceived control over the natural world. There is an undeniable primal urge within humanity to explore, to understand, to push boundaries. But Machen reminds us that some boundaries exist for our protection. The fear here is not just of external punishment. Chapter 1, The Experiment. Welcome, dear listeners, to the chilling depths of Arthur Machen's The Great God pen, and specifically, to our exploration of its inaugural and profoundly disturbing chapter, aptly titled The Experiment. Prepare yourselves, for we are about to delve into a narrative that dissects the very fabric of human perception and sanity, confronting us with the terrifying consequences of boundless ambition. Our journey begins in the hushed, almost conspiratorial atmosphere of Dr. Raymond's private sanctum. Here, amidst the sterile gleam of surgical instruments and the weighty presence of esoteric texts, a monumental, and indeed horrific, undertaking is about to unfold. The core concept we grapple with today is Dr. Raymond's audacious, some would say blasphemous, brain surgery on a young woman named Mary. His goal? To tear away the veil separating our mundane reality from the unseen, the spiritual, the primordial, and ultimately, to force her to see the great God pen. Now, pause for a moment and consider the sheer audacity of this proposition. This isn't merely a medical procedure, it's a philosophical assault, a scientific inquisition into the very nature of existence. Dr. Raymond isn't seeking to cure an ailment, he's attempting to engineer a new mode of perception, to hack the human mind and grant it access to dimensions it was never meant to comprehend. The horrific aspect isn't just the invasion of Mary's physical being, the cold steel against bone and brain tissue, it is the utter contempt for human limitations, the hubris that believes such boundaries are merely inconveniences to be surgically excised. Mary, a seemingly unremarkable young woman, becomes the unwilling instrument in a grand, terrifying experiment, her consciousness the battleground for a clash between science and the supernatural. What does it mean, truly, to see the great God Pan? Is it a visual manifestation, a spectral image appearing before her eyes? Or is it a far more profound, internal revelation, a shattering of her inner world as she perceives a reality so alien, so ancient, that it dwarfs and obliterates all she has ever known? This ambiguity is precisely where the horror intensifies, suggesting a trauma far deeper than mere sight. To draw a parallel from the realm of storytelling, one might recall the infamous Dr. Victor Frankenstein. Like Raymond, Frankenstein was a man consumed by a singular, overwhelming ambition, to unlock the secrets of life itself. His creation, born of scientific hubris and a thirst for forbidden knowledge, became a monstrous testament to the dangers of overreaching. Both men, in their brilliant but reckless pursuits, failed to consider the ethical implications, the personal cost, and the uncontrollable ripple effects of their successes. Their experiments, intended to elevate humanity, instead plunged their subjects and themselves into an abyss of suffering and despair. Do you see the chilling resonance? The ambition to create, or in Raymond's case, to reveal, something magnificent often blinds the creator to the potential for something truly monstrous. From a psychological perspective, this core concept speaks to humanity's enduring fascination with and fear of the unknown. We are creatures of boundaries, both physical and mental. Our minds are built to filter, to categorize, to protect us from an overwhelming sensory input and existential dread. Dr. Raymond's experiment is an attempt to deliberately dismantle these protective mechanisms. It taps into our primal fear of losing control, of encountering truths so vast and terrible that they would utterly annihilate our sense of self. It is the allure of forbidden knowledge, a concept deeply ingrained in human mythologies from Pandora's box to the Tree of Knowledge. Why does this matter? Because it highlights our inherent vulnerability. We often boast of our intellect and our capacity for understanding, yet this narrative posits that there are aspects of reality that lie beyond our cognitive and emotional capacity to process without shattering our very being. It forces us to confront the idea that perhaps some things should remain veiled, not out of ignorance, but out of self-preservation. For you, dear listener, the practical application here is not about performing brain surgery, of course, but about reflecting on the boundaries in your own life. When do curiosity and ambition become obsession? Where do you draw the line between seeking truth and dangerously overstepping the bounds of what is healthy or ethical? Consider the information you consume daily. Are there certain topics or types of media that, while seemingly intriguing, might lead you down a path of anxiety or despair if you delve too deeply? This story, in its extreme depiction, prompts us to consider the protective mechanisms we inherently possess, both as individuals and as a society, and to value the ignorance that sometimes shields us from overwhelming truths. It's a call to conscious awareness of our mental and emotional limits, and a gentle reminder that not every door should be opened, no matter how enticing the mystery behind it. Moving beyond the core concept, let us zero in on the first key point: Dr. Raymond's obsessive ambition to bridge the physical and spiritual worlds. What kind of man could conceive of such an experiment? Machen paints a portrait of Raymond not as a cartoonish villain, but as a man of formidable intellect. He describes the swift, precise movements of Raymond's hands, the glint of steel, the terrible efficiency of it all. It's a scene designed to convey not just physical invasion, but a profound spiritual trespass. Standing by, a silent, increasingly horrified observer, is Mr. Clark. Clark is our proxy in this horrifying tableau, the voice of reason and moral alarm that we, the audience, identify with. He is a friend of Raymond's, initially present out of curiosity and perhaps a misguided sense of loyalty. But as the procedure unfolds, as the raw reality of the invasive act becomes undeniable, Clark's initial discomfort blossoms into full-blown revulsion. He witnesses not just a scientific procedure, but a monstrous perversion of medicine. His growing horror is palpable. We feel his stomach churn, his breath catch, his moral compass spinning wildly out of control. He is trapped, unable to intervene, yet unable to tear his eyes away from the sacrilege unfolding before him. Machen uses Clark's internal monologue and outward reactions to amplify the terror, making us feel the chilling weight of Raymond's ethical transgressions through the eyes of an ordinary, morally sound man. It's the silent scream of decency in the face of profound depravity. Consider a scene from a classic psychological thriller, perhaps Hitchcock's Rear Window. In that film, L.B. Jeffries, confined to his apartment, becomes an unwilling spectator to what he believes is a murder across the courtyard. He is physically incapacitated, unable to directly intervene, much like Clark. His horror and rising tension as he pieces together the evidence and witnesses the suspicious behavior of his neighbor become our own. We share his moral distress, his fear, and his desperate longing for someone to believe him and stop the unfolding tragedy. Clark's experience is similar, a forced viewership of an atrocity, leading to an agonizing moral paralysis and a growing sense of complicity simply by being there. The power of such a narrative lies in its ability to immerse us in the witness's emotional state, making us feel the profound weight of what is happening. From a psychological standpoint, Mr. Clark's growing horror illuminates several critical aspects of human behavior. Firstly, it showcases the bystander effect, where the presence of others, even just one other, as Raymond's authority makes Clark feel irrelevant, can dilute an individual's sense of personal responsibility to intervene. Clark's internal struggle between his loyalty to a friend and his burgeoning moral outrage is a powerful example of cognitive dissonance. He's wrestling with the horrifying realization that the brilliant man he admired is capable of such profound ethical violations. This gradual creep of unease, escalating into outright terror, is a classic psychological mechanism for building suspense. It also speaks to the concept of unheimlich, the uncanny, where something familiar, a friend, a scientific setting, becomes terrifyingly alien and disturbing. The dehumanization of Mary, stripped of her agency and reduced to a living experiment, is complete and absolute through Raymond's actions, and Clarke's horror makes us acutely aware of this violation. It underscores the fragility of human ethics when confronted with absolute, unyielding ambition. What practical lessons can we draw from Clarke's experience? It prompts us to consider our own roles as witnesses in life. When do we observe something that triggers our moral alarm? Do we have the courage to speak up, to intervene, or at least to distance ourselves from acts that violate our core values? Clarke's inability to act serves as a poignant reminder of the burden of conscience and the regret that can follow when we fail to challenge injustice or harm. It encourages us to cultivate moral courage, to trust our gut feelings when something feels fundamentally wrong, and to understand that sometimes, standing silently by can be as damaging as direct complicity. It is about recognizing the slow, insidious creep of ethical compromise and innuendo. It encourages us to cultivate resilience, to build strong support systems, and to recognize when we need to step back from consuming too much, or delving too deeply, into areas that cause profound distress. Sometimes, a healthy ignorance, a mindful turning away from what is too much to bear, is not a weakness, but an act of self-preservation. It is a powerful reminder that while knowledge is often lauded, there are truths that come at too great a cost. So, as we conclude our deep dive into Chapter 1, The Experiment, we are left with a chilling tableau of scientific hubris, moral transgression, and devastating consequences. Dr. Raymond, in his obsessive quest to bridge the physical and spiritual worlds, has succeeded in a terrifying way, unleashing an unseen horror that has irrevocably shattered an innocent life. Mary, his subject, serves as a tragic testament to the profound cost of such forbidden knowledge, her mind a desolate ruin. And Mr. Clarke, the horrified witness, is forever scarred by the unspeakable act he observed, his moral compass forever skewed. This chapter is more than just a setup, it is the foundational trauma from which the rest of Machen's tale will unfold. It asks lingering, unsettling questions: what precisely did Mary see? What are the true implications of Raymond's success for the nature of reality itself? And how will the ripple effects of this single, terrible experiment continue to spread, tainting the lives of all who come into contact with its horrifying aftermath? The veil has been torn, and something ancient, primal, and utterly indifferent to humanity has been glimpsed. The world, for those involved, will never be the same. Join us next time as we venture deeper into the mysterious and unsettling world of the great god Pan, exploring the far-reaching consequences of Dr. Raymond's horrific experiment and the sinister presence that now seems to lurk at the edges of human perception. The experiment is over, but the horror, dear listeners, has only just begun. Chapter 2, Mr. Clarke's Memoirs. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 2 of our profound exploration into Arthur Machen's masterful work, The Great God Pen. In our previous chapter, we delved into the unsettling origins of Dr. Raymond's audacious experiment, witnessing the catastrophic unveiling of a reality far more ancient and terrifying than conventional science dared to imagine. We left Dr. Raymond in a state of professional ruin, and his innocent subject, Mary, irrevocably altered, her mind shattered by a fleeting glimpse behind the veil of the mundane. Now, as the years unfold, we shift our focus to a new, yet intimately connected, perspective. We embark on a journey with Mr. Clark, a man whose quiet life will slowly but inexorably become entangled in the threads of the very same strange occurrences that began with Dr. Raymond's ill-fated venture. Our core concept for this chapter centers on Mr. Clark's investigation into these strange occurrences, an investigation that unfolds not as a frantic chase for answers, but as a gradual, almost subconscious accumulation of disturbing facts that, over time, begin to coalesce into a chillingly coherent picture. Imagine, if you will, the passage of seasons, the ebb and flow of everyday life, while beneath the surface, unseen forces are at play, leaving subtle imprints, strange ripples in the fabric of existence. Clark's investigation is not one of a detective in a trench coat, nor a scientist in a lab, but rather that of a keen observer, a connoisseur of the unusual, a collector of anomalies. He's a man with a particular sensibility, one that allows him to perceive the faint dissonances in the world, the minor keys that hint at a much grander, far more unsettling symphony. Years later, long after the immediate shock of Mary's transformation has faded into whispered memory, Clark begins to notice patterns, connections between seemingly unrelated events, small shadows that stretch unexpectedly long under the light of his quiet scrutiny. What appears as isolated instances of human oddity or unfortunate happenstance, to Clark's discerning eye, gradually reveal themselves as interconnected manifestations of a deeper, more profound strangeness. It's this delayed recognition, this slow dawning of an terrifying understanding, that makes his journey so compelling and so utterly unsettling. He is, in essence, piecing together a mosaic of horror, one forgotten shard at a time, until the full, monstrous image begins to take shape before his horrified gaze. Now, let us delve into the specific key points that illuminate Mr. Clark's unsettling journey. Our first focus will be on the introduction of Clark's own book of memoirs and the truly morbid collection of strange facts he meticulously compiles within its pages. Picture Clark, not as a thrill-seeker, but as a gentleman of quiet contemplation, perhaps in a study filled with books, the air thick with the scent of aged paper and pipe tobacco. His memoirs are not simply a chronological account of his life, they are a repository for the unusual, a personal archive of the world's inexplicable curiosities. This isn't a published bestseller, but a deeply personal, perhaps even hand-bound, tome, filled with his elegant script, interspersed with newspaper clippings, faded photographs, and detailed sketches. What kind of facts does he collect? you might wonder. Not your everyday trivia, certainly. His collection is a catalogue of the truly bizarre, ancient folklore fragments hinting at primordial entities lurking at the edges of human perception, obscure historical accounts of communities plagued by inexplicable misfortunes, detailed notes on strange disappearances in remote areas, whispered anecdotes of individuals who experienced profound, unshakable dread after venturing into certain wild places. He logs accounts of animals behaving unnaturally, plants blooming out of season with an almost malevolent vibrancy, geological formations that seem to hum with an unheard energy, or even subtle, inexplicable shifts in the local weather patterns that seem to defy meteorology. Clarke's collection is his attempt to manage this dissonance, not by explaining away the strange, but by acknowledging its existence and attempting to map its contours. It's also a testament to the human fascination with the macabre, the forbidden, the things that whisper of our own mortality and the fragility of our existence. There's a dark allure to staring into the abyss, an almost masochistic pleasure in confirming that the world is indeed stranger and more terrifying than we allow ourselves to believe. This act of collection, of giving form to the formless anxieties, is a way of externalizing internal dread, a silent scream of recognition that something profoundly wrong is lurking just beneath the veneer of civilization. It allows him to confront the terrifying notion that our comfortable, logical world is merely a thin layer atop an ancient, chaotic, and utterly indifferent reality. For our listeners, what practical application steps can we glean from Clarke's meticulous, if morbid, practice? Firstly, it encourages a deeper, more critical observation of the world around us. How often do we dismiss a fleeting oddity, a strange coincidence, or an inexplicable sensation as mere fancy or an overactive imagination? Clarke teaches us the value of paying attention, of trusting our intuition when something feels off. Secondly, it underscores the importance of documentation. Whether it's a personal journal, a sketch, or simply a mental note, recording these anomalies, these small deviations from the norm, can help us to recognize patterns over time. Perhaps you've had a recurring dream with an unsettling motif, or you've noticed a series of inexplicable small events that, while harmless individually, collectively create a sense of unease. By documenting them, you can begin to see connections that might otherwise remain hidden, giving you a greater understanding of the subtle, unseen forces at play in your own life, be they psychological, social, or indeed, something far stranger. This isn't about becoming paranoid, but about cultivating a heightened awareness, a deeper sensitivity to the nuances and hidden currents of existence. It's about learning to read the subtle language of the world, even when that language whispers of things best left unsaid. Now, let us move to our second key point, the unsettling encounter with the mysterious young girl, Helen Vaughan, in the shadowy depths of the Welsh woods. This is where Clarke's abstract collection of facts begins to gain a terrifyingly tangible focal point. Imagine the scene: Clarke, perhaps enjoying a solitary walk through the ancient, verdant Welsh countryside, the air damp and cool, filled with the scent of ferns and damp earth. The trees are old, gnarled giants, their branches intertwining to form a natural cathedral, filtering the sunlight into shifting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. There's a profound stillness, broken only by the rustling of leaves or the distant call of a bird. And then, he sees her. A young girl, seemingly no older than 10 or 12, yet possessed of an unnerving ancientness, an aura that seems to belong not to a child of her tender years, but to something far older, far more primeval. Her movements are fluid, almost too graceful for a human child, a predatory elegance that makes the hair on the back of Clark's neck stand on end. She doesn't seem to be playing or picking flowers, rather, she is simply there, observing, an integral part of the wild landscape, yet utterly alien to it. Her eyes, Clark would later recall with a shiver, were the most striking feature, not merely dark, but depthless, like pools of ancient shadow, holding a wisdom and a cruelty that no child's eyes should ever possess. There is no innocent curiosity in her gaze, but a cold, assessing scrutiny that makes Clark feel like an insect under a microscope. Her silence is not shy or reticent, but profound, an almost deafening absence of sound that amplifies the primal unease she evokes. He senses not just her presence, but an emanation from her, a chill tha. People speak in hushed tones, avoiding her gaze, feeling an inexplicable chill when she passes. This dread is palpable, almost a living thing, seeping into conversations, distorting perceptions, and breeding paranoia. But this vague unease is not all, it is punctuated by increasingly bizarre and inexplicable incidents. Animals, usually reliable companions, react to her with terror or unnatural aggression, dogs cowering and whimpering, horses shying away in panic, birds falling silent in her presence. Local children, if they venture near her, sometimes return changed, with vacant stares and a disturbing inclination towards cruelty, whispering strange, incomprehensible rhymes they claim Helen taught them. There are reports of inexplicable illnesses plaguing those in her proximity, ailments that baffle local doctors and defy conventional diagnosis. Perhaps small, beloved pets vanish without a trace, only for their owners to discover strange, unidentifiable tracks in the dew-laden grass, too large for any local animal, too unnervingly shaped. Or consider the whispers of strange, piping music heard emanating from the deepest parts of the woods at night, a melody both alluring and terrifying, drawing those who hear it into a profound, almost hypnotic trance, sometimes leading to madness or self-inflicted harm. The very vegetation around her might seem to grow with an unwholesome vigor, or conversely, decay with an unnatural speed, as if the natural cycles of life and death are accelerated or distorted by her very essence. These are not acts of malice in the human sense, but rather the manifestations of an amoral, ancient power, a force that disrupts and distorts merely by existing. There is no conventional explanation for these occurrences, they defy logic, reason, and scientific inquiry, leaving behind only a trail of bewildered fear and shattered sanity. Helen Vaughan, in her innocent-seeming childhood, becomes a magnet for these phenomena, a living conduit for the primal, chaotic energies that Dr. Raymond had so carelessly unleashed. As a real-world storytelling example, we can look to historical accounts of communities gripped by mass hysteria or moral panic, often centered around an individual or group perceived as other or cursed. Think of the Salem witch trials, where accusations of witchcraft led to widespread terror and tragedy, driven by societal anxieties and the inexplicable misfortunes that plagued the community. While Machen's tale leans into the genuinely supernatural, the psychological impact on the surrounding populace, the fear, the suspicion, the search for an explanation for the unexplainable mirrors the human response to such perceived threats. Or consider the pervasive dread and strange occurrences surrounding real-life historical figures accused of malevolence, where rumors and observations, whether factual or imagined, coalesced into an undeniable aura of menace. It's the human tendency to project our anxieties onto an external source, especially when that source defies our comprehension. Psychologically, why does this pervasive, unnatural dread and the string of bizarre incidents surrounding Helen Vaughan matter? It speaks to the fragility of our perceived reality and the thin veneer of order that we construct to make sense of the world. When events consistently defy explanation, when the mundane becomes terrifying, and when a child, the very symbol of innocence and future hope, becomes a source of profound unease, it shatters our sense of safety and predictability. This creates an intense psychological pressure, leading to paranoia, suspicion, and a breakdown of social cohesion. The fear is contagious. It spreads not through rational argument, but through shared experience of the inexplicable. It taps into our deepest-seated anxieties about things that are beyond our control, things that lie outside the boundaries of human understanding. It's the terror of the cosmic horror, the realization that our human-centric view of the universe is a delusion, and that ancient, indifferent forces exist that. Chapter 3, The City of Resurrections. Welcome back, dear listener, to our continuing journey through the chilling depths of Arthur Machen's The Great God pen. In this third chapter, aptly titled The City of Resurrections, we descend further into the shadowy underbelly of Victorian London, where the threads of the uncanny begin to weave themselves into the mundane fabric of everyday life, forcing us to confront the terrifying fragility of the human condition and the insidious power of the unseen. Prepare yourself, for here, a familiar face will resurface from the depths of despair, forever altered by forces unknown. Our narrative brings us to a moment of profound shock and sorrow for Mr. Villars, a man who, though often portrayed as detached and somewhat cynical, possesses a deep vein of human sympathy. Imagine, if you will, the profound jolt of recognition, mingled with a visceral shock, when one encounters a cherished memory, a beloved face from a happier past, grotesquely twisted into an unrecognizable parody of its former self. This, my friends, is the agonizing experience that awaits Villars as he walks the labyrinthine streets of London. Charles Herbert, a man of intellect, cultivation, and social standing, a beacon of promise in Villers' younger days, is found reduced to the abject state of a street beggar. What greater tragedy can befall a soul than to witness the complete disintegration of a once vibrant spirit, to behold the stark, undeniable evidence of a life utterly ravaged, stripped bare of dignity and hope? It is a spectacle that challenges one's very understanding of fate, circumstance, and the dark currents that can flow beneath the calmest surfaces of existence. Villers' heart, though perhaps hardened by the cynicism that often accompanies a life lived amongst the elite, is nonetheless pierced by this raw, undeniable truth of human suffering, sparking within him a desperate need to understand, to unravel the mystery of this heartbreaking transformation. Could it truly be Herbert, or merely a spectral echo of the man he once knew, haunting the cobbled streets of London? The recognition is horrifying, the confirmation even more so. This isn't just a chance encounter, it is a direct confrontation with a past that should have been marked by success and vibrancy, now tragically distorted into an image of utter ruin. The discovery forces Villers, and by extension us, to grapple with the disturbing question of how easily a person can fall, how swiftly the veneer of civilization can be stripped away, leaving only a hollowed-out shell. It's a sobering reminder of the precipice upon which all human existence teeters, often without our conscious awareness. Now, let us delve deeper into the specific elements that construct this powerful and unsettling chapter. We will first follow Villers as he navigates the dark, foggy streets of London, absorbing the oppressive atmosphere that perfectly foreshadows the grim discovery awaiting him. Picture, if you will, the London of Machen's era, a sprawling metropolis cloaked in a perpetual, almost sentient, fog. It's not merely atmospheric, it's a character in itself, a living, breathing entity that obscures, distorts, and hints at untold secrets. Villers, like many of us, might have walked these very streets countless times, yet on this particular evening, the familiar becomes unsettlingly alien. The gaslights, struggling to pierce the thick, yellowish shroud, cast halos that only serve to deepen the shadows, creating an environment where shapes shift, sounds are muffled, and the line between reality and illusion blurs. Every alleyway seems to whisper forgotten tales, every darkened doorway appears to harbor a hidden menace. The very air is heavy, not just with moisture and soot, but with an unspoken dread, a pervasive sense of urban decay and potential malevolence. It is a city that doesn't just contain mysteries, it is a mystery, a vast, pulsating organism where horror can lurk in plain sight, veiled by the everyday hustle and the obscuring tendrils of the pea-soup fog. To offer a storytelling example of how atmosphere can be utilized to such potent effect, one need only look to the immortal tales of Sherlock Holmes. Think of The Hound of the Baskervilles, where the eerie, desolate moors themselves become a character, their oppressive silence and treacherous bogs mirroring the psychological torment and moral ambiguity of the plot. Or consider the countless Dickensian novels, where London's grimy, bustling streets, its festering slums and grand, indifferent facades, are not just backdrops but integral components of the characters' struggles and the overarching narrative themes. The city's pulse, its very breath, informs the reader's understanding of the lives lived within its confines, often suffocating them with its vastness and indifference. These authors masterfully weave the environment into the narrative fabric, making it a participant in the unfolding drama, rather than a mere stage. From a psychological perspective, why does such a rich and oppressive atmosphere matter? The answer lies The horror lies not just in what Villers sees, but in the chilling implications of what could have wrought such a profound and total destruction upon a man who once possessed so much. It suggests a torment so immense that it has consumed his will, his memory, his very connection to humanity, leaving behind only an automaton of suffering. As a storytelling example of such immense personal degradation, one might recall Victor Hugo's portrayal of Jean Valjean in Les Miserables. While Valjean's initial degradation is due to the cruelties of the justice system and societal prejudice, his physical and emotional suffering is depicted with harrowing detail, showing how profound hardship can strip a man bare. Yet, Valjean finds a path to redemption. Herbert's case, however, seems far more sinister, devoid of any apparent hope or agency. Consider also the cautionary tales throughout literature where individuals, through a fatal flaw or a tragic encounter, lose not just their fortunes but their very sense of self, becoming pariahs, or madmen, shadows of their former glory. These narratives often serve as powerful warnings about the fragility of identity and the corrupting influences that can destroy it. From a psychological perspective, why does witnessing such degradation matter so deeply? It forces us to confront the terrifying breadth of human vulnerability and the thin, often permeable, veneer of civilization that we all rely upon. It challenges our assumptions about resilience and the limits of human endurance. What does it mean for a person to be so utterly broken that they no longer register their own existence or the presence of a friend? This absolute surrender to suffering, this total loss of self, is a profound psychological horror. It taps into our deepest fears about losing control, about succumbing to forces beyond our comprehension, and about the ultimate loneliness of a mind trapped in such an abyss. It is the horror of witnessing someone you knew, someone familiar and whole, transformed into something utterly unrecognizable, a living ghost. It underscores the fragility of mental health and the devastating impact of prolonged trauma or spiritual assault, the idea of a broken man becoming not just a metaphor, but a terrifying reality. For practical application steps, dear listener, this element of the narrative offers a potent lesson in empathy and the importance of looking beyond the surface. When we encounter individuals who have fallen on hard times, whether they are beggars on the street or loved ones struggling with unseen burdens, how do we perceive them? Do we see only their outward appearance of distress, or do we attempt to glimpse the underlying causes, the hidden struggles, the once vibrant spirit that might still reside beneath the layers of suffering? The narrative challenges us not to merely judge the surface, but to seek understanding, to recognize the profound distress that can manifest as physical degradation. It encourages us to consider the pathways that lead to such states, be they societal failures, personal tragedies, or, as in Herbert's case, something far more sinister. Recognizing the signs of profound distress, a vacant stare, sudden shifts in demeanor, extreme neglect, can be a vital first step towards offering help, or at the very least, extending compassion rather than immediate judgment. It reminds us that every person carries a story, often one filled with unimaginable sorrow. And now, we move to the insidious revelation that Herbert's total ruin is deeply connected to a mysterious, almost spectral figure, his wife, who will later be identified as the enigmatic and terrifying Helen Vaughan. Reveal that Herbert's total ruin is connected to his mysterious wife, who is later identified as Helen Vaughan. As Villers struggles to piece together the shattered fragments of Herbert's existence, a chilling thread begins to emerge, leading back to a figure shrouded in mystery and dread, Herbert's wife. The revelation is not immediate, not a sudden pronouncement, but rather a gradual dawning. It compels us to consider the warning signs, however subtle, that one partner might be systematically undermining or destroying another. How do changes in a person's demeanor, their sudden withdrawal, or their evident fear, speak volumes about the nature of their domestic life? It underscores the critical importance of boundaries in any relationship and the necessity of maintaining one's sense of self and autonomy. The difficulty of extricating oneself from destructive dynamics, often compounded by fear, societal pressure, or distorted affection, is a complex psychological reality. By understanding how such a powerful and negative influence can utterly transform an individual, we become more attuned to these crucial, often hidden, aspects of human interaction, both in fiction and in our own lives, urging us to be compassionate observers and, when appropriate, supportive allies. In summary, The City of Resurrections is a chapter that confronts us with the brutal reality of human fragility and the chilling power of unseen, insidious forces. Through Villers' horrifying discovery of his old friend Charles Herbert reduced to a wretched beggar, we are plunged into a world where the familiar has become grotesque, where the urban landscape mirrors the internal decay of its inhabitants, and where the most profound destruction is traced back to a mysterious, malevolent woman. Machen skillfully uses atmosphere, stark physical description, and the gradual unveiling of a sinister connection to build an escalating sense of dread and despair. The chapter forces us to reflect on our own vulnerabilities, the importance of empathy, and the terrifying potential for external evil to utterly consume an individual, leaving only an empty shell. This pivotal encounter sets the stage for Villers' determined quest to unravel the mystery behind Herbert's tragic fall and the identity of the woman who orchestrated it, drawing him deeper into the dark heart of London and the cosmic horror that lies beneath its respectable facade. What further horrors will be uncovered as Villers continues his investigation into the true nature of Helen Vaughan and the strange events surrounding her? We shall soon see. Chapter 4: The Discovery in Paul Street. Welcome, Dear listener, to Chapter 4 of our journey into the unsettling depths of Arthur Machen's The Great God Pen. We stand now at a crucial juncture, our previous chapters having laid a foundation of perplexing events and horrifying implications. The initial, veiled horror surrounding Dr. Raymond's experiment has now blossomed into a full-blown existential dread, casting a long, disturbing shadow over the streets of London. Our core concept for this chapter, the very heart of our exploration today, is this: the investigation deepens into Helen's past and the supernatural corruption she brings. Isn't that a chilling thought? What begins as a search for answers regarding a series of inexplicable deaths and strange occurrences slowly but surely transforms into something far more profound and terrifying. Villers, our diligent seeker of truth, isn't merely tracking a criminal, he is, quite unwittingly, unearthing a pervasive, insidious form of corruption that seems to emanate from Helen Vaughan, seeping into the very fabric of reality and twisting everything it touches. Consider for a moment what corruption truly means in this context. It's not just a moral failing, a simple descent into villainy, is it? No, here it implies a fundamental warping, a distortion of nature, a defilement that touches the soul and the senses. It's as if Helen herself is a conduit, an open portal through which an ancient, alien influence flows, subtly poisoning the world around her. Every person she encounters, every place she inhabits, seems to absorb a fragment of this malevolent essence, changing it, making it subtly wrong, unsettling, and ultimately, destructive. This isn't just about human evil, it's about something far older, far colder, something that predates human morality entirely. It's about a corruption that is less about choice and more about an inherent, inescapable contagion. To illustrate this profound narrative shift, think of a seemingly straightforward real-world storytelling example. Imagine a dedicated detective, let's call her Detective Harding, assigned to a series of baffling disappearances in a quiet, idyllic coastal town. Initially, she suspects a serial kidnapper or perhaps a tragic string of accidents. But as she digs deeper, interviewing witnesses, sifting through local archives, she starts to notice a pattern that defies simple human explanation. She uncovers whispers of an ancient, forgotten cult, long believed eradicated, whose practices involved strange offerings to the sea. She finds old, faded photographs depicting bizarre rituals, and she realizes that the local geology, once dismissed as mere rock formations, seems to mimic symbols found in obscure, forbidden texts. Suddenly, her investigation isn't just about finding missing people, it's about confronting a deeply entrenched, pervasive historical evil, a supernatural undertow that has secretly influenced the town for centuries, twisting its very identity and claiming its victims through means that defy modern understanding. The beautiful coastline, once serene, now feels menacing, imbued with a sinister history. The corruption, you see, isn't just in the criminal act, but in the very essence of the place, woven into its past and present. Now, let's delve into the psychological analysis of why this matters so deeply to us as human beings, why this specific type of narrative resonates with such profound unease. We possess an innate, perhaps even primal, fear of hidden dangers. We are comforted by order, by predictable patterns, by a world that largely adheres to the rules we understand. When a story suggests that the mundane reality we inhabit is merely a thin veneer over something vastly more ancient, more powerful, and utterly indifferent to our existence, it strikes at the very core of our sense of security. It taps into our vulnerability, reminding us that there might be forces beyond our comprehension, entities that operate by an entirely different set of rules, or indeed, no rules at all. Our minds crave understanding, we seek to categorize, to array. Herbert's demise, so sudden, so horrific, and so inextricably linked to the enigmatic Helen, has ignited within him a burning urgency. The unsettling revelations he has already gleaned about Helen, her mysterious parentage, her strange allure, the madness and destruction that seem to follow in her wake, have woven a tapestry of dread that now demands immediate unraveling. He is on a desperate hunt for answers, knowing full well that these answers might shatter his perception of the world. This is not an academic pursuit, it is a quest born of necessity, of a human mind grappling with forces it barely comprehends, yet knows instinctively to be profoundly dangerous. Picture Villars, then, moving through the labyrinthine streets of London. Imagine the stark contrast. On one hand, the bustling, familiar rhythms of Victorian urban life, the clatter of hansom cabs, the distant cries of street vendors, the purposeful stride of gentlemen and ladies going about their daily routines. On the other, Villars' singular, grim determination, his mind fixated on an otherworldly horror. His journey takes him away from the well-trodden paths, leading him into the quieter, more forgotten arteries of the city. He might pass through elegant squares, then down narrower, less maintained lanes, the gaslights perhaps growing sparser, the sounds of the city fading into a muted hum. There's a gradual descent, isn't there, not just geographically, but metaphorically, into a forgotten realm where the veil between the known and the terrifyingly unknown seems thinner, more permeable. Each turn of the street, each shadowy alley, seems to deepen the sense of impending revelation, a slow, inexorable pull towards a place where conventional reality has begun to fray. And then, he arrives. Paul Street. How does it appear to him? Is it overtly sinister, or subtly, chillingly nondescript? Machen, a master of atmospheric horror, often prefers the latter. It might be a street of quiet melancholy, perhaps slightly out of time, its houses sharing a faded grandeur or a quiet decay. The air might feel stiller here, heavier, as if sound itself is absorbed by the old bricks and slate roofs. And the specific house, the object of his grim pilgrimage, how does it announce its presence? Does it stand out conspicuously, or does it blend in, only revealing its sinister nature upon closer inspection? Perhaps it has that peculiar quality of seeming both abandoned and yet subtly watched, as if dormant but not entirely inanimate. Its windows might be like vacant eyes, staring out onto the hushed street, reflecting nothing but the dim light of a setting sun or the pallor of a cloudy day. The paint might be peeling, the garden overgrown, but beneath that surface of neglect, there's an almost palpable stillness, a quiet intensity that hints at untold histories, at secrets held tightly within its crumbling walls. Villers, we can imagine, approaches with a slow, deliberate pace, his breath perhaps catching in his throat, a sense of an unseen presence, a premonition of discovery, heavy in the air. He is stepping into a place that holds not just echoes, but perhaps even remnants, of terrible events. For a real-world storytelling example, consider the classic narrative trope of a historian tracking down an obscure, long-lost manuscript. They've followed a labyrinthine trail of cryptic footnotes, archival hints, and forgotten correspondences. This quest leads them not to a grand national library, but to a crumbling, privately owned archive in a forgotten corner of an old town, a building perhaps once a grand residence, now leaning slightly, its windows opaque with dust and disuse. As they approach, the air itself seems to shift, the usual sounds of the town fade, replaced by a profound quiet. The building doesn't just look old, it feels ancient, imbued with the weight of untold stories and forgotten lives. The scent of decaying paper and damp wood hangs heavy. There's a sense of profound discovery, yes, but interwoven with a subtle apprehension, a feeling of trespassing on sacred. Personal effects might still lie scattered, an open book, a forgotten piece of jewelry, items that once held intimate meaning, now imbued with a strange, unsettling resonance due to their connection to Helen. Each item, no matter how mundane, becomes a potential clue, a fragment of a terrifying puzzle, silent witnesses to a life that defied normalcy. But beyond the tangible, there is the sinister aura. This is where Machen truly excels. It's not just the decay, it's a pervasive feeling of wrongness, a sense that something profoundly unnatural, something that violates the natural order, has transpired within these walls. The air feels heavy, thick with unspoken horrors. The shadows seem deeper, more intense, as if they themselves hold secrets. Villers, being sensitive and perceptive, would feel this acutely. His skin might prickle, a cold dread would settle in his stomach. He's not just observing a derelict house, he's experiencing a place saturated with the echoes of a profound malevolence. This is the house where Helen Vaughn lived, where her terrifying nature manifested, where perhaps Herbert, in his tortured fascination, had succumbed to her influence. The house, therefore, isn't just a setting, it's a repository of her essence, a dark mirror reflecting the corruption she embodies. What specific secrets does Villers uncover here? This is where the narrative precision is key. While Machen is often suggestive rather than explicit, we can imagine Villers finding specific objects that provide unsettling clues. perhaps a discarded, cryptic letter or an entry in a journal, hinting at Helen's true nature, her bizarre activities, or her chilling connection to Dr. Raymond's experiment and its terrible consequences. Maybe a particular drawing or symbol, half hidden, half erased, that resonates with the ancient, pagan imagery Villers is beginning to associate with Helen. Or even something more subtle, the absence of certain things. What isn't there that should be? The lack of any ordinary personal warmth, the sterile, cold nature of the few remaining items, might be a secret in itself, revealing Helen's detachment from conventional humanity. And of course, the house is undoubtedly the site of some of Herbert's later, more disturbing visits, the place where his obsession fully blossomed into madness, where he confronted, and ultimately succumbed to, the very entity that Helen represents. Each discovery, each subtle observation, acts as a thread, weaving together a tapestry of escalating horror, solidifying Helen's role not just as a mysterious figure, but as an active, malevolent force. To give you a real-world storytelling example of this kind of discovery, imagine a character, let's say an antique dealer with an uncanny sensitivity, exploring an old, forgotten manor house. He isn't just looking for valuables, he's attuned to the stories objects tell. He enters a particular room, sealed for decades, and is immediately struck by a profound chill, far deeper than the ambient temperature. The air feels thick, suffocating. He notices a child's rocking horse, perfectly preserved but for a single, dark stain on its wooden saddle, and a doll with one eye missing, staring blankly from a dusty shelf. There are faded tapestries depicting pastoral scenes that, upon closer inspection, reveal subtle, unsettling distortions, faces peering from trees, figures with elongated limbs. He finds a locked cabinet containing a collection of diaries, their pages filled with increasingly erratic handwriting, recounting strange dreams, disturbing rituals, and the slow, chilling transformation of one of the manor's former occupants from a seemingly normal person into something terrifyingly unnatural. Each item, each detail, whispers of a sinister past, a life warped by unseen influences, confirming his initial, unsettling intuition about the room's pervasive, sinister aura. Psychologically speaking, why does our fascination with secrets, especially those found in abandoned places, hold such power over us? We are naturally curious beings. Draw. Machen twists that familiar image into something truly terrifying, a primordial, cosmic force, utterly indifferent to human life, morality, or suffering. It is a fundamental, wild, and chaotic principle of the universe, predating consciousness, existing beyond good and evil, operating with a vast, alien purpose that human minds cannot possibly grasp. It is the raw, untamed essence of nature, but viewed through a lens of ultimate horror, a nature read in tooth and claw, not just in its physical manifestations, but in its spiritual and metaphysical implications. This entity represents the terror of the utterly wild, the untamed void that lies beneath the thin veneer of civilization. The house in Paul Street, in its quiet decay and lingering malevolence, becomes a profound symbol of this larger, cosmic evil made manifest in a domestic, yet infinitely more disturbing, setting. The true horror of this connection lies not just in what happened within the dusty walls of the house, but in its profound implications for the fabric of reality itself. It suggests that the world we perceive, the orderly, rational universe we believe ourselves to inhabit, is merely a fragile construct, constantly besieged by ancient, formless evils that lie just beyond our senses. It's the terror of realizing humanity's utter insignificance in the face of such vast, indifferent powers. It's the insidious suggestion that our very consciousness, our very sanity, is a precarious state, vulnerable to the corrupting touch of forces that defy all understanding. The events in Paul Street serve as a microcosm of this universal dread, a localized example of how easily human life and reason can be shattered when confronted with the unfiltered presence of the great God Pen. As a compelling real-world storytelling example for this connection, consider the narrative arc in some of H.P. Lovecraft's works, particularly stories where a seemingly isolated event leads to a revelation of cosmic horror. Imagine a series of inexplicable disappearances in a secluded New England fishing village. An intrepid folklorist investigates, initially suspecting mundane causes like harsh weather or local eccentricities. However, as they delve deeper, they discover peculiar carvings on ancient stones along the coast, hear strange, recurring patterns in local sea shanties, and find bizarre, non-Euclidean artifacts in forgotten cellars. They learn of a local legend about a race of ancient, aquatic beings, the Deep Ones, who secretly interbred with human villagers centuries ago, slowly corrupting their lineage and promising eternal life in exchange for servitude to their horrifying, tentacled god, Thulhu, who slumbers beneath the waves. The folklorist realizes that the disappearances aren't random, they are sacrifices, a continuation of an ancient pact. The human victims, like Herbert, are not just casualties, they are devoured, transformed, or utterly broken by their proximity to an ancient, malevolent entity whose existence predates humanity and whose agenda is unfathomable. The quaint fishing village, like the house in Paul Street, becomes a mere staging ground, a thin membrane separating our world from an elder, terrifying cosmic truth. From a psychological perspective, why do we find this escalation from personal tragedy to cosmic horror so profoundly disturbing? It plays upon our most fundamental fears, the fear of losing control, the terror of facing forces utterly beyond our comprehension, and the shattering realization of our own species' vulnerability and insignificance. This is the essence of cosmic horror, the dread that arises from the recognition of humanity's minute place in a vast, indifferent, and often malevolent universe. Our reason, our science, our moral frameworks, all become flimsy constructs when confronted with the truly alien, the truly ancient. The myth of Pan, in its original pastoral form, represents wildness and natural fecundity. But Machen twists this, transforming Pan into the embodiment of a primal, untamed, and ultimately destructive force that lies. Chapter 5, The Letter of Advice. Welcome back, dear listener, to our continued journey through the shadowy corners of Arthur Machen's The Great God Pen. As we step into Chapter 5, aptly titled The Letter of Advice, we find ourselves on the cusp of a profound and terrifying revelation. The pieces of this chilling puzzle are about to click into place, painting a picture far more disturbing than any mere human villainy could conjure. Our core concept for this chapter centers on a desperate man seeking answers, and the shocking connection that emerges. Villers, haunted by the inexplicable deaths and the sinister aura surrounding Helen Vaughn, turns to a man named Clark. Why Clark, you might ask? Because Clark holds a crucial, albeit forgotten, link to the past, a past intricately woven with the ambitions of Dr. Raymond and his audacious, perhaps blasphemous, experiment. Villers seeks advice, yes, but what he truly uncovers is the horrifying truth that the present horrors are not isolated incidents, but rather the direct, horrifying echoes of an experiment conducted years ago. This isn't just a tale of detection, it's a descent into the understanding that the boundaries of our reality were once breached, and the consequences are now manifesting in the most ghastly ways imaginable. Imagine, if you will, the weight of such a realization. It's the moment when a detective, pursuing a series of seemingly unrelated crimes, suddenly unearths a forgotten file that connects everything back to a single, audacious act from decades past. It reshapes not just the case, but the very fabric of understanding for everyone involved. This narrative pivot is crucial for us, because it elevates the story from a series of macabre incidents to a grand, cosmic horror, revealing a premeditated, though perhaps unintended, consequence of human hubris. From a psychological perspective, this deep dive into the core concept matters immensely because it taps into our primal fear of consequences, especially those unforeseen and uncontrollable. We, as humans, often strive for mastery over our environment, over knowledge, over even the secrets of life itself. But what happens when that mastery is incomplete, or worse, when it opens a door to something beyond our comprehension and control? The idea that past actions, even those with seemingly noble intentions, can ripple through time to cause unfathomable destruction in the present, instills a profound sense of dread. It speaks to a deeper anxiety about the limits of human knowledge and the potential for our scientific advancements to unleash forces we can neither understand nor contain. It reminds us that there are domains best left untouched, and the violation of those domains carries a price that future generations might have to pay. For you, our astute listener, here are some practical application steps derived from this profound conceptual shift. When you encounter a mystery in a story, whether it's a novel, a film, or even a real-life puzzle, always consider the possibility of a hidden origin, a past event that serves as the root cause. Do not just look at the immediate symptoms, dig deeper for the fundamental catalyst. Think about the narrative threads that connect seemingly disparate elements. Are there subtle hints, forgotten characters, or old journals that might hold the key. Actively searching for these foundational events will not only deepen your appreciation for the narrative's complexity but also sharpen your critical thinking skills. Furthermore, consider the ethical implications within a story. What scientific or philosophical experiments were conducted, and what might have been their long-term, unforeseen consequences? This practice encourages a more holistic view of storytelling, moving beyond simple plot points to the underlying currents of cause and effect that drive the entire narrative. Now, let us delve into the specific key points that unfold within this tense chapter. Our first key point focuses on Villars sharing his grim findings with Clark over a tense, almost suffocating, conversation. Villars arrives at Clark's home, not merely agitated, but visibly shattered by the succession of horrors he has witnessed and painstakingly pieced together. He doesn't just present facts, he unburdens himself of a growing terror, a gnawing suspicion that defies rational explanation. He recounts the suicides of victims like Rachel, emphasizing the profound, inexplicable terror that preceded their deaths, a terror so potent it drove them to self-destruction. He speaks of the awful transformation witnessed by the dying girl, Mary, whose final moments were consumed not by pain, but by a vision of something truly monstrous and ancient, a vision that defied. But as Villars delves into the specifics, the consistent nature of the terror, the descriptions of an awful transformation, the victim's fragmented but horrifying visions of something ancient and malevolent, and crucially, Helen Vaughan's unwavering presence at the heart of these catastrophes, a subtle, then increasingly profound, shift occurs in Clark's demeanor. His expression, we can imagine, slowly morphs from passive listening to active, horrified recognition. A cold dread begins to seep into his eyes as he connects Villars's present-day narrative to the long-buried memories of Dr. Raymond's audacious scientific hubris. Clark vividly recalls Raymond's ambitious, borderline sacrilegious, experiment aimed at opening the doors of perception, at breaching the veil between worlds. He remembers the intense, almost manic energy Raymond exuded, his absolute conviction that he could, through surgical intervention, glimpse the other side. And then, he remembers the aftermath, the subsequent birth of the child, Helen, around the time of the experiment, a detail he might have previously overlooked or dismissed as mere coincidence. But now, with Villars's harrowing accounts echoing in his ears, it suddenly clicks. The failure of Raymond's experiment, as it was perceived, was not a failure at all, it was, in the most terrifying sense imaginable, a horrifying success. Helen Vaughan is not just a woman with a dark past or a propensity for evil, she is the living, breathing, beautiful, and utterly monstrous embodiment of Raymond's transgression. She is the direct, unholy consequence of a human mind daring to peer into the abyssal void, a void that then stared back and imprinted itself upon a nascent life. This realization isn't just intellectual, it's visceral, a cold wave of existential horror washing over Clark as he connects the dots between a forgotten medical endeavor and the present reign of terror. To offer a real-world storytelling example, think of the moment in many time travel narratives or stories involving hidden origins where a character suddenly understands a prophecy or a cryptic message from the past in the context of current events. In Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, for instance, Hermione's discovery of the page about the basilisk and its ability to petrify victims is the horrifying realization that connects all the attacks in the school, and specifically Tom Riddle's diary. It's not just information, it's a chilling epiphany that recontextualizes everything that came before. Or consider classic Greek tragedies, where an oracle's seemingly obscure prophecy suddenly makes horrifying sense as the events unfold, often leading to unavoidable doom. The weight of this realization is immense because it shifts the understanding from something bad is happening to this was inevitable, a direct consequence of a past act. From a psychological analysis perspective, Clarke's horrifying realization is profoundly significant because it taps into several deep-seated human anxieties. Firstly, it invokes the fear of the unknown giving birth to the known. The abstract terror of Raymond's experiment transforms into the concrete, flesh and blood horror of Helen. This shift from an amorphous dread to a tangible, albeit monstrous, entity is far more unsettling, as it grounds the supernatural in our reality. Secondly, it highlights the psychological burden of guilt and responsibility, even if indirect. Clarke was present, an accessory to Raymond's hubris. His realization is tainted with the bitter taste of "I knew this could happen," or "I should have stopped him," even if he couldn't have fully foreseen the outcome. This personal connection amplifies the horror, making it not just a distant catastrophe but a personal reckoning. Thirdly, it exploits the uncanny valley effect in storytelling. Helen, beautiful yet inhuman, crosses a threshold where familiar human traits are subtly distorted, creating profound unease. Clarke's realization is that her beauty is a mask for something utterly alien, something that Fundam. If such entities can exist and intrude upon our world, what does that say about humanity's place in the universe? Are we merely pawns, or worse, unwitting tools for forces beyond our comprehension? This question erodes our sense of control and self-importance. Thirdly, it creates a unique brand of horror that is not easily defeated. How do you fight something that isn't truly alive in a human sense, something that is a manifestation of ancient evil rather than a mere mortal? This helplessness amplifies the psychological torment, suggesting that some threats are simply beyond our capacity to overcome. The suspense generated here is not just about physical danger, but about the disintegration of our understanding of reality and self. For practical application steps, when you want to build this kind of profound psychological suspense, focus on revealing the implications of a character's true nature, rather than just stating it. Don't simply say Helen is inhuman, show it through the reactions of others, the unnatural effects of her presence, and the chilling consistency of her destructive path. Use language that emphasizes the ancient, the primordial, and the cosmic to elevate the threat beyond mere human villainy. Describe the reactions of those who encounter her, not just fear, but a deeper, existential dread that suggests their very perception of reality is under attack. Furthermore, withhold direct explanations for as long as possible, allowing the audience to piece together the terrifying truth alongside the characters. This active participation deepens the psychological impact. The key is to make the audience feel the weight of the revelation, the sense that the world has fundamentally shifted, and that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. In summary, Chapter 5, The Letter of Advice, is a pivotal moment in the Great God Pen. It serves as the bridge between disparate horrors and a chilling, unifying truth. We've seen Villars, driven by desperation, lay bare his grim findings before Clark, demanding an explanation for the escalating madness and death surrounding Helen Vaughn. We've then witnessed Clark's horrifying realization, as he connects Villars's present narrative to the long-forgotten, audacious experiment of Dr. Raymond, understanding that Helen is not merely a consequence, but the very embodiment of that transgression. And finally, we've explored the profound psychological suspense born from the understanding of Helen's true, inhuman nature, a creature both beautiful and monstrous, a living conduit to the cosmic horror of the Great God Pen. This chapter doesn't just reveal a secret, it shatters the characters' understanding of reality, immersing them, and us, in a world where the thin veil between dimensions has been irrevocably torn. As we conclude this profound chapter, we are left with a lingering sense of dread, a chilling understanding that the true terror lies not just in death, but in the violation of existence itself. The comfortable illusions of our human-centric world have been utterly shattered, replaced by the unsettling knowledge that ancient, primordial forces are real and that humanity, in its hubris, has opened a door that can never be fully closed. What further horrors will manifest from this breached reality? How will those who now understand the truth contend with a foe that is not merely evil, but an aspect of an alien cosmos? The stage is set for an even deeper plunge into the abyss, as the consequences of Raymond's experiment continue to unfold with terrifying inevitability. Join us next time as we venture further into the darkness, exploring the escalating terror and the desperate attempts to contain a horror that has already seeped into the fabric of our world. Chapter 6, The Suicides. Welcome back, dear listener, to our journey into the unsettling depths of Arthur Machen's The Great God Pen. We stand now at the precipice of true horror, having witnessed the disturbing genesis of an unthinkable entity. Chapter 6, aptly titled The Suicides, plunges us headfirst into the societal ramifications of Dr. Raymond's blasphemous experiment, and the horrifying trajectory of Helen Vaughn. Prepare yourselves, for the insidious tendrils of the supernatural are about to tighten their grip on the very heart of London. Have you ever considered what happens when the fabric of reality, as we understand it, begins to fray not just for an individual, but for an entire echelon of society? What if the unspeakable, the unimaginable, ceases to be the stuff of nightmares and manifests as a chilling, undeniable pattern in the waking world? This, precisely, is the horrifying core of our current chapter. A wave of inexplicable suicides, each more gruesome and perplexing than the last, begins to sweep through the distinguished, seemingly impenetrable circles of London's high society. This isn't merely a series of unfortunate deaths, it's a contagion of terror, a creeping shadow that steals the breath from the most influential lungs. Picture the hushed drawing rooms, the exclusive clubs, the hallowed halls of power, places typically defined by their decorum, their stability, their staunch rationality. Now, imagine a corrosive dread seeping into these very foundations, twisting the ornate fixtures into grotesque gargoyles, transforming polite conversation into whispers of terror. The inexplicable nature of these deaths is paramount. It's not just the sorrow of loss, it's the chilling absence of a logical cause, pushing the bewildered minds of Victorian Londoners towards a precipice where science offers no comfort and faith offers no solace. It's the breakdown of order, the terrifying suggestion that something utterly alien, profoundly malignant, has found its way into their sophisticated world, choosing its victims with an unseen, unholy hand. This isn't just about men dying, it's about the very concept of sanity, security, and the known world being systematically dismantled before their very eyes. How would you react if the pillars of your society began to crumble, not from external threat, but from an internal, utterly bewildering horror? It challenges everything they thought they knew about life, about death, and about the fundamental stability of their meticulously constructed world. It's an assault not just on life, but on logic, on reason itself, leaving a gaping void where comforting explanations once stood. This is the ultimate existential terror, when the universe itself seems to turn hostile, without warning, without mercy, and without a discernible motive understandable to the human mind. The inexplicable becomes the new normal, and that, dear listener, is a profoundly terrifying shift. Let us delve deeper into the specifics, for the devil, as they say, is in the details, and in this case, the details are truly demonic. The story unfolds with a series of utterly shocking and profoundly disturbing events. We are introduced to the sudden, gruesome demise of several prominent London gentlemen, individuals who, by all accounts, lived lives of privilege, comfort, and distinction. These were not men who languished in poverty or obscurity, they were titans of industry, respected members of parliament, revered scholars, or esteemed aristocrats. Their world was one of elegant soirees, intellectual discourse, and the reassuring rhythms of Victorian prosperity. And then, without warning, the curtain fell, not gently, but with a terrifying, blood-curdling crash. Consider the case of Lord Gaunt, a name synonymous with prestige and influence. One morning, he is discovered in his private chambers. But this is no peaceful passing in his sleep. His servants, upon finding him, are met with a scene that will undoubtedly haunt their waking nightmares for the rest of their days. Lord Gaunt is dead, yes, but the manner of his death. The stillness of the room, the opulence of his surroundings, only served to heighten the grotesque contrast with the horror etched upon his face. It's a scene ripped from a nightmare, intruding violently upon the well-ordered reality of a gentleman's home. And Lord Gaunt was not an isolated incident. We hear of Mr. Herbert, another man of standing, found in remarkably similar circumstances. The exact details might vary, but the terrifying commonalities are unmistakable: a sudden, unexpected death, a body bearing the marks of extreme mental anguish and physical degradation, and that horrifying, indelible mask of terror frozen upon the victim's face. Imagine the absolute shock and revulsion that must have rippled through their social circles. These were not the deaths one could dismiss as natural causes, nor even as conventional acts of violence. There was something profoundly unnatural about them, something that spoke of a psychological torment so intense it physically manifested in their final, gruesome tableau. What could possibly induce such an expression of ultimate horror in a man of strength and fortitude? What unspeakable vision could wrench a soul from its body in such a terrifying, visceral fashion? Could it be possible that the very act of seeing something forbidden, something from beyond the veil, was enough to utterly dismantle a human being from the inside out? The questions lingered, unanswered, festering like open wounds in the collective consciousness of London's elite. A real-world storytelling example that mirrors this kind of sudden, inexplicable, and profoundly disturbing demise can be found in the historical accounts of phenomena like the dancing plagues of the Middle Ages, or the more modern tales of mass hysteria. While not supernatural in the literary sense, these events involve seemingly healthy individuals succumbing to inexplicable, often grotesque, physical and psychological distress, leading to death or severe breakdown. Think of the chilling accounts from the Black Death, not just of the plague itself, but of the societal unraveling, the descent into madness, the expressions of despair and fear that preceded death. Or, from fiction, consider the works of Edgar Allan Poe, where characters often meet ends that are not merely fatal but psychologically torturous, leaving a profound sense of dread that transcends the physical act of dying. The horror is in the violation of sanity, the violation of the human form, the violation of the peace that should accompany death. Machen takes this a step further by suggesting a source for this violation, making it even more terrifying. Consider also the strange, almost ritualistic deaths in some folk horror stories, where the victim's demise is not just brutal, but carries an underlying, disturbing significance, hinting at ancient forces at play. From a psychological perspective, why does this matter so profoundly in a narrative like The Great God Pen? It matters because it plays directly into our most primal fears. We fear the unknown, certainly, but even more so, we fear losing control, losing our minds, and dying a death that is painful, undignified, and utterly terrifying. When prominent figures, symbols of stability and success, are depicted falling in such a horrifying manner, it immediately suggests that no one is safe. It creates a vicarious terror in the audience, allowing us to project ourselves into their shoes and imagine the unimaginable. Furthermore, the description of the disfigurement and the mask of terror on their faces taps into our deep-seated aversion to the grotesque and the abhuman. It suggests that whatever these men saw, whatever force afflicted them, it was so alien, so fundamentally wrong, that it distorted their very essence, leaving behind a horrifying imprint for others to discover. It's a testament to the power of suggestion. The author doesn't need to describe the horror itself, only its devastating effect on the victim, and our imaginations do the rest, often filling in details more terrifying than any explain. The presence of this mysterious, beautiful woman as the last significant contact for each victim points an accusing finger, not necessarily at her directly in the eyes of the bewildered public, but certainly in the minds of the more astute and observant. Who is this woman? Where did she come from? Her past is conveniently vague, her origins shrouded in an alluring fog of enigma. She appears almost fully formed in the very heart of society, a living enigma, a beautiful question mark whose answer proves to be fatal. This lack of a traceable history, combined with her captivating presence, only serves to deepen the mystery and heighten the sense of dread surrounding her. She is the dark angel, the silent harbinger of doom, her beauty a deceptive lure to the abyss, a fatal temptress who whispers promises of ecstasy only to deliver unspeakable torment. Each victim, drawn in by her undeniable charm, inadvertently seals his own gruesome fate. Consider, as a real-world storytelling example, the enduring myth of the siren, or the archetypal femme fatale in classic film noir, but infused with an ancient, supernatural terror. In Greek mythology, sirens were creatures whose enchanting voices lured sailors to their death on rocky shores. Their beauty was a tool, a deceptive veil for their destructive intent. Similarly, in noir, a beautiful, enigmatic woman often serves as the catalyst for a man's downfall, drawing him into a web of deceit and danger from which there is no escape. Think of the seductress in Billy Wilder's Double Indemnity or the mysterious women who bring ruin to their male counterparts in countless thrillers. Now, elevate that concept, imbue it with an entity whose origins are not merely criminal, but cosmic and blasphemous. Think of Bram Stoker's Dracula, where Lucy Westenra, once a pure English maiden, transforms into a beautiful, predatory vampire, luring children to their doom. The horror here is not just that she kills, but that she corrupts and seduces towards destruction, making the victim complicit in their own demise through their fatal attraction. It's a subversion of beauty, turning something traditionally associated with life and love into an instrument of death and despair. This trope of deceptive beauty is profoundly unsettling precisely because it weaponizes something inherently attractive to humans, turning our natural desires against us. From a psychological perspective, why is this common link, this beautiful and mysterious woman, so profoundly significant in the narrative of horror? Firstly, it taps into deep-seated human anxieties about manipulation and deception. We are hardwired to be drawn to beauty, to trust those who present an appealing facade. When that facade hides a monstrous reality, it shatters our sense of security and makes us question our own judgments and perceptions. It exploits the fear that evil can wear the most alluring mask, making it incredibly difficult to identify and resist. It forces us to confront the uncomfortable truth that danger isn't always ugly or obviously menacing. Sometimes, it's exquisitely appealing, drawing us in with irresistible force before revealing its true, terrifying nature. Secondly, in the context of Victorian society, there were prevalent anxieties surrounding female power, particularly sexual power. A beautiful, independent woman who could enchant and destroy men resonated with certain societal fears, even if those fears were often misogynistic in their root. Here, Machen elevates that anxiety to a supernatural plane, making Helen von Mrs. Beaumont a literal embodiment of primal, destructive feminine energy, untamed and deadly. It creates a sense of profound vulnerability, suggesting that even the most powerful men are susceptible to a force that plays on their desires and passions, turning their natural inclinations into a deadly trap. The attraction itself becomes the pathway to destruction. This psychological dynamic adds a layer of insidious horror, making the victims not just unfortunate, but tragically drawn to their own doom by an heir. Their presumed insulation from such crude horrors, their secure position at the pinnacle of society, only makes their vulnerability all the more terrifying. If they, the powerful and privileged, can be so utterly undone, what hope is there for anyone? It is the erosion of certainty, the terrifying realization that there are forces in the universe that defy understanding, forces that can shatter sanity and life with an unseen touch. This is not just fear, it is the ultimate, existential dread that comes from confronting the utterly incomprehensible. The comfortable certainties of their enlightened age are proven to be paper thin, revealing a primordial, chaotic abyss beneath. To provide a real-world storytelling example of this kind of widespread panic and supernatural dread, we can look to historical instances of witch hunts or periods of mass hysteria, where fear of the unknown, combined with social anxieties, led to irrational behavior and widespread suspicion. While not always supernatural in origin, the belief in a supernatural cause for misfortune often fuels such panics. The Salem witch trials, though centuries removed, offer a chilling parallel. Unexplained ailments and deaths lead to accusations, paranoia, and a breakdown of community trust, driven by a deeply held belief in malevolent spiritual forces. In fiction, Stephen King's Salem's Lot perfectly captures this slow, suffocating descent of a town into collective terror and paranoia as a vampiric presence takes hold. The horror isn't just in the individual deaths, but in the disintegration of the community, the way neighbors turn on each other, and the realization that no one can trust the seemingly normal face next door. The town becomes a cage of fear, where every shadow holds a threat and every quiet moment is pregnant with dread. Another compelling example is the urban legends that take hold during times of crisis, where anxieties about crime, disease, or social upheaval manifest as terrifying, often exaggerated, tales that reinforce collective fears and distrust. These stories become a way for people to process, however imperfectly, the overwhelming sense of threat they feel. From a psychological perspective, why does this growing panic and paranoia matter so much in a horror narrative? It explores fundamental aspects of social psychology, how fear, when unaddressed by rational solutions, can become a contagious force, spreading through a population like wildfire. It highlights the human tendency to seek explanations, even if those explanations are irrational or supernatural, when faced with overwhelming uncertainty. When the established order fails to provide answers, people turn to alternatives, often to their detriment. The erosion of trust, a direct consequence of paranoia, is a powerful psychological weapon in a story. It isolates individuals, making them more vulnerable, and prevents collective action against the perceived threat. It also underscores the fragility of civilization itself. We often assume our sophisticated societies are robust and immune to primal fears, but a sufficiently unsettling, inexplicable threat can quickly reduce even the most advanced communities to a state of desperate, superstitious terror. The fear of the unknown is amplified when it becomes a shared, collective experience, validating individual anxieties and making them feel inescapable. It's about how external horror infiltrates and corrodes the inner landscape of a society, turning neighbor against neighbor, and reason against itself. The collective breakdown is often far more terrifying than any individual act of horror, as it signifies the collapse of everything one holds dear and true. It shows how the human mind, when pushed beyond its limits of understanding, will grasp at any explanation, no matter how outlandish, to try and make sense of the nonsensical. For you, dear listener, what practical steps can we take from this insight, whether in appreciating literature or in understanding human behavior? For a writer, the lesson is clear, conveying widespread panic. Chapter 7, The Encounter in Soho. Welcome, dear listener, to a profound and unsettling journey into the heart of darkness, as we delve into Chapter 7 of Arthur Machen's chilling masterpiece, The Great God Pen. This chapter, famously titled The Encounter in Soho, marks a pivotal and terrifying culmination of the dread that has been meticulously built throughout our narrative. Here, we witness the direct confrontation, the terrifying meeting, between the unrelenting seeker of truth, Villers, and the enigmatic, monstrous entity known in London's shadowed circles as Mrs. Beaumont, but whom we, with a growing sense of horror, have come to recognize as none other than the tragically transformed Helen Vaughan. This is not merely a meeting, it is a collision of worlds, a stark confrontation between human reason and a primal, cosmic horror that defies all understanding. Villers, a man grounded in the tangible, the logical, now finds himself face to face with an anathema, a living, breathing paradox that embodies the very rupture of reality. For so long, Helen Vaughan has been a whisper, a shadow, a devastating influence felt only through the suffering of others. But in this chapter, she steps into the light, albeit the dim, gas-lit gloom of a Soho drawing room, revealing herself as the true architect of the unspeakable misfortunes that have plagued our story. It is a moment pregnant with existential dread, where the human spirit is tested against an ancient, indifferent evil. How does one even begin to prepare for such an encounter? What tools does a man possess when confronted by something that operates outside the very fabric of human comprehension and morality? This is the question that hangs heavy in the air, a question Villers must answer not with theories, but with his very being. Our journey begins, as so many dark tales do, with an relentless pursuit. Villers, our diligent investigator, a man whose intellectual curiosity had slowly morphed into a grim, desperate obsession, had finally pieced together the fragments of the horrifying puzzle. The trail of devastation left in Helen Vaughn's wake, the suicides, the madness, the inexplicable corruption of souls, had led him, with an almost chilling certainty, to her current guise as Mrs. Beaumont, residing in the labyrinthine heart of London's Soho district. Imagine, if you will, the tireless dedication of Villers. Picture him, much like a seasoned detective in a classic film noir, perhaps a trench-coated figure illuminated by the flickering neon of a rain-slicked city street, his face etched with determination and a profound weariness. He's not merely following clues, he is pursuing a monster, a force of destruction that, for reasons unknown, chooses to manifest within a human form. He meticulously gathers every scrap of information, every whisper, every fleeting rumor about this mysterious Mrs. Beaumont. He interviews terrified servants, scrutinizes obscure society columns, perhaps even bribes minor officials, his relentless focus unwavering. Each step he takes brings him closer to the precipice, closer to an answer he both craves and profoundly dreads. Have you ever felt that relentless pull towards a truth, even when your instincts scream for you to turn back? That unyielding compulsion to know, no matter the cost? Villers embodies this desperate human need for closure, for understanding, even when that understanding promises only greater horror. Soho itself, in this context, becomes more than just a setting, it transforms into a character in its own right, a silent accomplice to the unfolding horror. It's a district of fascinating contrasts, isn't it? On one hand, a vibrant, bohemian tapestry woven with the threads of artistic expression, innovative cuisine, and spirited nightlife. On the other, a shadowed, labyrinthine warren of back alleys, hidden courtyards, and grand, yet aging, Georgian townhouses that conceal secrets as old as the city itself. This duality perfectly mirrors the deceptive nature of the evil Villers pursues. The lavish residence of Mrs. Beaumont stands as a stark, calm. Instead, her power lies in her serene, almost regal indifference, a chilling detachment that suggests she operates on a plane far beyond human consequence or comprehension. She embodies a perverse allure, a siren call that has lured so many to their ruin, not through direct force, but through a subtle, soul-corrupting influence. The confrontation, then, is less about dialogue and more about an unspoken battle of wills, a clash between the last vestiges of human reason and an ancient, cosmic malevolence. Villers, despite the profound dread he feels, attempts to maintain his composure, to cling to the rational framework that has always defined him. He is a lighthouse in a storm, buffeted by waves of unreality, yet striving to keep his light burning. Mrs. Beaumont, meanwhile, observes him with an almost languid interest, as if watching an insect struggle in a web. There is no surprise in her demeanor, no fear, only a profound, chilling lack of empathy. She seems to understand his purpose, to recognize his desperate mission, and yet, she remains utterly unmoved, perhaps even subtly amused by his human struggle. This ancient evil is crucial to understand. It is not merely personal malice or a human-scale wickedness. It is something far grander, far more terrifying. It speaks of primordial forces, of cosmic alignments, of a dimension of existence that predates humanity and operates on principles utterly alien to our understanding. It is the deep, existential wrongness that permeated the woods when Helen Vaughan first encountered the great god Pan. It is a fundamental rupture in the fabric of reality, a glimpse beyond the veil that humans are not meant to see, and which, when glimpsed, shatters the mind. This isn't just about a bad person, it's about the presence of a truly alien, fundamentally destructive force, radiating from a being that serves as its conduit. As a storytelling example, consider the profound psychological tension when Clarice Starling first meets Hannibal Lecter in Silence of the Lambs. There's no physical threat initially, but the palpable sense of being utterly outmatched intellectually, psychologically, and morally. Lecter, like Mrs. Beaumont, exudes a chilling intelligence, a predatory awareness that sees through Clarice's defenses, leaving her feeling exposed and vulnerable. Or, for a more direct parallel to the cosmic dread, imagine a protagonist in a H.P. Lovecraft story, coming face to face with an eldritch entity. It's not necessarily about a monstrous appearance, but the terrifying realization that this being operates on an entirely different scale of existence, its very presence threatening to unravel the viewer's sanity. The horror is less about gore and more about the crushing insignificance of human life in the face of such ancient, indifferent power. Psychologically, this confrontation taps into our most primal fears, the fear of the unknown, the fear of losing control, the profound terror of encountering something that fundamentally challenges our very concept of reality. Our minds are built to categorize, to rationalize, to find patterns. When we encounter something that defies all categories, that shatters all patterns, the effect can be profoundly disorienting and terrifying. It's the psychological impact of being in the presence of pure, unadulterated malevolence, stripped bare of any human empathy or recognizable motivation. How does the mind even begin to process such an extreme threat? It struggles, it recoils, it attempts to erect defenses, but against something so fundamental, so alien, those defenses often prove futile. This experience pushes Villers to the very edge of his sanity, forcing him to confront not just an external evil, but the fragility of his own mental and spiritual fortifications. In our own lives, how do we face overwhelming challenges or confront daunting figures? While we may not encounter cosmic horrors, we certainly face situations where we feel outmatched, intimidated, or overwhelmed. The practical application here lies in the importance of inner strength. The hero, having exhausted all other avenues, offers a final, desperate chance to avert ultimate disaster, even if that chance involves the villain's self-sacrifice. Think of a desperate hero confronting a magical plague spreader, knowing that the only way to stop the spread of an insidious, soul-destroying curse is to eliminate its source, no matter the personal cost or moral ambiguity of the act. It's the moment where the hero is forced to make a choice that will forever haunt them, but one they believe is essential for the greater good. Psychologically, this moment explores the immense weight of moral responsibility when facing an existential threat. It forces us to grapple with the concept of necessary evil. Are there circumstances where one must commit a deeply uncomfortable or ethically questionable act to prevent a far greater catastrophe? The psychological burden of making such a demand, and the unwavering conviction needed to carry it through, must be immense. Villers isn't acting out of hatred or revenge, he is acting out of a terrifying, cold logic born of his understanding of the pen, and its destructive influence on human souls. His mind has been stretched to its breaking point, and yet, it has found a terrifying clarity. This confrontation with radical evil often forces one to consider equally radical, often horrifying, solutions, pushing the boundaries of what is considered acceptable or even sane. In our own lives, while we certainly won't be demanding anyone's life, the practical application lies in understanding the courage required to confront harmful patterns, toxic relationships, or destructive individuals. It's about the necessity of sometimes setting firm boundaries, making difficult decisions, or delivering uncomfortable truths for the greater good of ourselves or others. This isn't about literal life and death ultimatums, but about the spiritual and emotional courage required to stand up against profoundly damaging forces in our personal or professional spheres. It teaches us the importance of clear, unwavering communication in critical moments, even when that communication is painful or difficult to deliver. It speaks to the inner strength needed to articulate a firm position, to draw a definitive line in the sand, and to follow through on the consequences of that boundary. Villers, facing a horror beyond human ken, models a form of profound ethical courage, forcing us to consider what we would do when pushed to the absolute limits of our moral and psychological endurance. In sum, dear listener, this chapter is a profound and terrifying milestone in our journey. Villers has, with immense courage and intellectual fortitude, tracked the source of unspeakable horror to its lair. He has faced Helen Vaughan, the embodiment of the great god Pan's destructive influence, in her guise as Mrs. Beaumont, and has glimpsed the true, cosmic scale of her malevolence. The encounter in Soho is not just a conversation, it is a clash of realities, a battle for the very soul of the world, where human reason and primal horror stare each other down across a velvet-draped room. The emotional and thematic journey of this chapter is one of escalating dread and the shattering of conventional understanding. Villers is no longer merely investigating, he is fighting for the survival of humanity's sanity against an ancient, indifferent force that threatens to consume it all. This confrontation marks the moment the abstract horror becomes terrifyingly concrete, forcing our protagonist, and by extension, us, to confront the unspeakable. What repercussions will this chilling ultimatum have? Will Mrs. Beaumont, Helen Vaughn, comply, or will her ancient, alien will resist even this desperate plea for cessation? The answer to that question, and the ultimate fate of Helen Vaughn, as well as the lasting, indelible impact this encounter leaves on Viller's very soul, awaits us in the chapters to come. The veil has been lifted, the horror revealed, and the world can never truly be the same. Prepare yourself for the Chapter 8, The Fragments. Welcome back, dear listener, to our ongoing exploration of Arthur Machen's chilling masterpiece, The Great God Pen. As we delve into the 8th chapter, titled The Fragments, we are about to confront the terrifying culmination of the dread that has been building throughout our narrative. This chapter is the absolute epicenter of the horror, a revelation so profound and so utterly unnatural that it shatters all preconceptions of reality, biology, and the very essence of human existence. Prepare yourself, for here we witness the gruesome, shape-shifting, and biologically impossible demise of Helen Vaughn, an event that leaves an indelible scar on the psyche of all who encounter its description, whether directly or through the horrified recountings of others. The core concept we are about to explore is precisely this, the unimaginable end of Helen Vaughn. It is not merely a death, but an unraveling, a horrifying reversal of evolution, a descent into primordial chaos that beggars belief. This isn't just a character expiring, it's a fundamental tearing of the fabric of reality, a vivid, visceral demonstration of the consequences of peering beyond the veil, of meddling with forces that predate humanity itself. Helen, the enigmatic, alluring, and ultimately terrifying daughter of the great god Pan, does not simply die, she unbecomes, dissolving into the very raw material of the universe, demonstrating the ultimate fragility of the human form when confronted with its ancient, pagan origins. What does it mean for our understanding of life, of self, of the very boundaries of the physical world, when a human being can transform in such a grotesque and utterly unnatural manner? It challenges everything we thought we knew, doesn't it? Let us now immerse ourselves in the detailed explanation of the key points that constitute this chapter's shattering impact. Our first crucial point revolves around recounting the attending physician's horrific, fragmented account of Helen's death sequence. Imagine, if you will, the scene, a London flat, ostensibly a place of order and civilization, yet now tainted by an unspeakable presence. Dr. Raymond, the man who dared to open the door to the other side for Mary, and Clark, the seeker of truth, are now present, unwilling witnesses to a phenomenon that defies all medical and scientific understanding. The physician, a man trained to observe, diagnose, and explain, finds himself utterly at a loss, reduced to stammering, disjointed observations. His account is not a smooth, coherent narrative, but a collection of shocked exclamations, bewildered descriptions, and the frantic attempts of a rational mind to grapple with the utterly irrational. He describes not a death, but a process of uncreation, beginning with subtle shifts, almost imperceptible at first, perhaps a flicker in the eyes, a slight contortion of features, then accelerating into something truly monstrous. He notes the changes in her skin, the alarming distortions of her bone structure, the unnatural sounds emanating from her body, sounds that surely no human throat could produce. To give you a real-world storytelling example that might help grasp the disorienting nature of this account, consider the testimonies given by survivors of truly cataclysmic and inexplicable events, such as the Tunguska event, a massive explosion over Siberia in 1908. While not supernatural, early accounts were fragmented, contradictory, filled with awe and terror. Witnesses described columns of fire, deafening roars, houses being flattened, yet often struggled to place the exact sequence or provide a cohesive, scientific explanation. They described what they saw and felt, the impact it had on them, but not necessarily a complete, objective chain of events. Similarly, a doctor encountering Helen's demise would be reporting fragments of sensory input, a grotesque visual, an impossible sound, a horrifying texture, all filtered through a mind reeling from disbelief and terror. It's the raw, unedited footage of a nightmare, rather than a polished documentary. We construct narratives to make sense of the world, to place events within a framework of cause and effect. When faced with something that utterly shatters this framework, our cognitive processes falter. The physician's fragmented account mirrors the fragmentation of his own understanding, and by extension, our own. It forces us to confront the limits of our perception, the fragility of our scientific paradigms. The terror isn't just in what happened, but in the sheer impossibility of it happening, the way it mocks our attempts to categorize, to understand, to rationalize. This breakdown of certainty, this assault on the very foundations of empirical observation, leaves us feeling deeply unsettled, questioning the reliability of our own senses and the stability of the reality we inhabit. It's a profound psychological shock, revealing how deeply we rely on predictable patterns, and how terrifying it is when those patterns are utterly destroyed. Now, for a practical application step for us, the listeners. When we encounter stories that defy conventional explanation, whether in fiction or in the strange corners of historical accounts, pay attention to the way those experiences are narrated. Are they coherent, or fragmented? Do the narrators struggle with language, with description, with chronology? Understanding this struggle can deepen our appreciation for the psychological impact of the truly anomalous. It can teach us about the human mind's desperate need for order, and its equally desperate struggle when faced with chaos. Perhaps it even encourages a little humility, reminding us that the universe might hold far more wonders and terrors than our current scientific instruments or philosophical frameworks can possibly encompass. It trains our minds to accept the possibility of the unthinkable, not necessarily to believe it, but to acknowledge the limits of our current understanding. Moving to our second key point, which is arguably the most viscerally horrifying aspect, the description of her body terrifyingly reverting through various evolutionary stages, from human to beast to primordial ooze. This is where Machen's genius for cosmic horror truly shines, painting a picture of grotesque metamorphosis that haunts the imagination long after the words are read. Helen's transformation is not merely a change of appearance, it's a fundamental unraveling of her biological structure. We are told of her features shifting, becoming less human, more animalistic, perhaps the slitted eyes of a serpent, the predatory grin of a feline, the coarse fur emerging where skin should be smooth. The horrifying implication is that she is shedding the veneer of humanity, regressing to ancient forms, to the very raw material of life that existed before the ascendance of mammals, before complex consciousness. The descriptions hint at reptilian scales, then perhaps something even more primitive, amphibian, finally culminating in a ghastly liquefaction, a melting, a dissolving into a formless, pulsating, protoplasmic state. It's a reverse birth, a de-evolution into the base components of matter, until ultimately, there is nothing left but a faintly glowing, viscous residue, and then, not even that. She simply ceases to be, in a way that utterly violates every law of physics and biology we hold sacred. This is not death, it is annihilation and reabsorption into something ancient and terrifyingly formless. For a compelling real-world storytelling example, think of the way ancient myths and folklore often depict shape-shifting, but usually with a specific form in mind, a human becoming a wolf, or a bird, or a tree. Machen takes this concept and infuses it with a scientific, albeit horrifyingly inverted, understanding of evolution. Imagine if you witnessed a highly complex, exquisitely crafted clock not just stopping, but disassembling itself in reverse order, its gears melting, its springs unwinding, its metals liquefying, and then that liquid becoming a chaotic, swirling primordial soup, and then vanishing. It's an act of profound decreation. Oh! It's like discovering that the monsters in the dark are not just shadows of our imagination, but ancient, powerful beings whose very presence warps reality. Psychologically, why does this matter so deeply? The solidification of Pan's reality through Helen's demise shatters anthropocentric worldviews. We, as humans, tend to place ourselves at the center of the universe, believing our species to be the pinnacle of evolution, the measure of all things. Machen's narrative, through Helen, violently rips away this comforting illusion. It forces us to confront the unsettling idea that we might not be alone, not even in the spiritual or mythological sense, but in a very real, biological, and horrifyingly primal sense. It introduces the terrifying possibility that our existence is merely an incidental consequence, a brief flicker of consciousness on a planet that is ultimately governed by far older, more powerful, and utterly indifferent forces. The fragility of the human form becomes a metaphor for the fragility of human civilization, human understanding, and human sanity. It's the ultimate cosmic horror, reminding us that we are not the masters of our universe, and that the boundaries we perceive between the known and unknown are dangerously thin. This causes a profound existential crisis, leaving us feeling vulnerable, small, and utterly insignificant in the face of such ancient, cosmic powers. It speaks to our deep fear of the unknown, and of being utterly overwhelmed by forces beyond our comprehension or control. 4 practical application steps for the listener. This aspect of the story encourages us to question our assumptions about reality and our place within it. How absolute are the laws of nature as we understand them? What hidden forces might still operate just beneath the surface of our awareness? This kind of cosmic horror isn't meant to cause actual paranoia, but rather to expand our imaginative capacity, to think beyond the conventional. It's an invitation to consider the philosophical implications of existence itself, the very nature of consciousness, the origins of life, and the vast, unknown expanses of the universe. It trains us to consider the possibility that our current scientific understanding, while powerful, might still be incomplete, leaving vast realms of experience and existence undiscovered or misinterpreted. It encourages a healthy skepticism towards absolute certainty, fostering an open mind to the profound mysteries that still surround us. In summary, the fragments serves as the devastating climax of the great god Pan's escalating dread. Helen Vaughn's gruesome, shape-shifting demise is far more than a simple death. It is a profound unraveling of biological reality, a visceral testament to the terrifying power of the great god Pan, and a stark reminder of the inherent fragility of the human form, both physically and conceptually. The physician's fragmented account underscores the mind's struggle with the utterly anomalous, while Helen's de-evolution into primordial ooze shatters our understanding of life and self. Ultimately, her fate solidifies the horrifying reality of ancient, cosmic forces, forcing us to confront the precariousness of our own existence and the thin veneer that separates our ordered world from an abyss of primal chaos. This chapter leaves us with an indelible sense of unease, a chilling question mark hanging over the very nature of reality itself, and for those who witnessed it, a permanent scar on their souls. The world, for Dr. Raymond and Clark, can never again be the same. The veil has been irrevocably torn, revealing a truth too terrible to fully comprehend. The terror, dear listener, now lingers not just in the shadows, but in the very fabric of existence, forever altered by the revelation of what lies beyond. And with that chilling understanding firmly entrenched, we must now consider how such an event, an absolute shattering of all known boundaries, would leave its mark on the survivors, and indeed, on the very psyche of humanity itself. The fragments, it seems, are, while not supernatural, early accounts were often fragmented, contradictory, filled with awe, terror, and the human struggle to process mass trauma. Witnesses described impossible angles of the ship, inexplicable sounds, the chaotic rush of water, yet often struggled to place the exact sequence or provide a cohesive, objective chain of events. They described what they saw and felt, the overwhelming impact it had on them, but not necessarily a complete, scientifically verifiable log of facts. Similarly, a doctor encountering Helen's demise would be reporting fragments of sensory input, a grotesque visual that defied anatomical classification, an impossible sound that violated all biological norms, a horrifying texture that was neither flesh nor fluid, all filtered through a mind reeling from profound disbelief and visceral terror. It's the raw, unedited, trauma-induced footage of a nightmare, rather than a polished, objective documentary. Can you imagine the sheer mental fortitude required to even attempt to articulate such an experience, let alone process it into something coherent for others, without fearing for one's own sanity? The physician's struggle is ours. Psychologically, why does this fragmented account matter so deeply? It's because the human mind, at its core, craves order, coherence, and rational explanation. We instinctively construct narratives to make sense of the world, to place events within a logical framework of cause and effect, of known laws. When faced with something that utterly shatters this framework, something that defies every known law of physics, chemistry, and biology, our cognitive processes falter. The physician's fragmented account mirrors not just the fragmentation of Helen's physical form, but the fragmentation of his own understanding, and by extension, our own. It forces us to confront the limits of our perception, the inherent fragility of our scientific paradigms, and the shocking inadequacy of our language to describe true, profound anomaly. The terror isn't just in what happened, but in the sheer impossibility of it happening, the way it mocks our desperate attempts to categorize, to understand, to rationalize, to fit it into any pre-existing mental box. This breakdown of certainty, this profound assault on the very foundations of empirical observation and scientific reasoning, leaves us feeling deeply unsettled, questioning the reliability of our own senses and the fundamental stability of the reality we had always assumed to inhabit. It's a profound psychological shock, revealing how deeply we rely on predictable patterns, and how utterly terrifying it is when those patterns are not just broken, but annihilated, by forces that operate on an entirely different plane of existence. Now, for a practical application step for us, the listeners. When we encounter stories that defy conventional explanation, whether in fiction or in the strange corners of historical accounts, pay close attention to the way those experiences are narrated. Are they coherent and linear, or are they fragmented, contradictory, and deeply emotional? Do the narrators struggle with language, with description, with chronology, expressing profound inadequacy in their attempts to convey what they witnessed? Understanding this struggle can significantly deepen our appreciation for the psychological impact of the truly anomalous. It can teach us about the human mind's desperate, innate need for order, and its equally desperate struggle when faced with pure, inexplicable chaos. Perhaps it even encourages a little intellectual humility, reminding us that the universe might hold far more wonders, and far more terrors, than our current scientific instruments or philosophical frameworks can possibly encompass. It trains our minds to accept the possibility of the unthinkable, not necessarily to believe it in a literal sense, but to acknowledge the inherent limits of our current human understanding and to be open to the vast mysteries that still surround us. Moving to our second key point, which is arguably the most v. It questions the stability of our species, the very solidity of our biology, and the ultimate definition of what it means to be alive or human. It's a profound assault on our sense of self and our perceived place in the natural order of things. It triggers a deep-seated revulsion at the loss of form, at the notion of pure, undifferentiated matter, the very antithesis of conscious, individual life as we understand it. It is the ultimate nightmare of ego dissolution, not into spiritual enlightenment, but into a chaotic, terrifying void. As a practical application for us, consider how this kind of profound biological horror, even in the realm of fiction, forces us to re-evaluate our understanding of life itself. What are the absolute, true limits of biological transformation, beyond the scope of our current genetic understanding? How do we define life and death when confronted with something that actively unlives itself, defying the neat categories we've constructed? This aspect of Machen's work isn't just about sensational gore, it's about challenging our deepest held scientific and philosophical assumptions about what constitutes a living being, about the irreversibility of death, and about the very continuity of biological forms. It can encourage us to think more broadly and more humbly about evolutionary processes, about the mysteries of cellular biology, and about the deep, incomprehensible past of our planet, when life forms were far more fluid, alien, and strange than anything we typically encounter today. It's an imaginative exercise in confronting the ultimate fragility and impermanence of our physical being. It asks us to contemplate, in a truly unsettling way, what it truly means to be human, and how easily that definition, that very form, might be undone by forces far older and more powerful than ourselves. This leads us directly to our third, and perhaps most overarching, key point, solidifying the terrifying reality of the great god Pan's offspring and the fragility of human form. Helen's unspeakable, biologically impossible death is not merely a freak accident, a singular bizarre event, it is the ultimate, horrifying confirmation of her supernatural parentage, of her true, non-human lineage. She was not, and could never truly be, fully human. Her very being was a bridge, or perhaps a profound corruption, between the human world and the ancient, primal, utterly inhuman forces embodied by the great god Pan. Her demise is not just an unfortunate event, it is the direct, inevitable consequence of that divine, monstrous lineage, the ultimate manifestation of the cosmic horror that birthed her. It confirms everything Dr. Raymond feared when he performed the original, ill-fated experiment of opening Mary's mind, that there are realms beyond our comprehension, entities that exist outside our understanding of good and evil, life and death, and that interacting with them, or being born of them, can unleash unimaginable chaos upon our ordered, human-centric world. The fragility isn't just physical, as demonstrated by her unraveling body, but also profoundly conceptual. What does it mean for humanity when such beings walk among us, even briefly, subtly influencing events, shaping destinies, and revealing the truth of their monstrous origins? It implies that our existence is precarious, that the carefully constructed reality we inhabit is a thin, fragile veneer over a teeming, terrifying unknown, a cosmic wildness that can erupt at any moment. As a real-world storytelling example, think of ancient myths where heroes or gods have mortal offspring who, though seemingly human, carry the indelible, often dangerous mark of their divine or monstrous parent. Hercules, with his superhuman strength that could be both a blessing and a curse, or the children of Medusa, born from her monstrous form, destined for strange fates. These individuals often inhabit a liminal space, neither fully mortal nor fully divine, often destined for extraordinary, and sometimes profoundly tragic, ends. Helen Vaughan takes this trope and squeeze the world, for Dr. Raymond and Clark, and indeed for us, the listeners who have dared to peer into this abyss, can never again be the same. The veil has been irrevocably torn, revealing a truth too terrible to fully comprehend, a truth that hints at the vast, unknowable darkness surrounding our small bubble of reality. The terror, dear listener, now lingers not just in the shadows, but in the very fabric of existence, forever altered by the revelation of what truly lies beyond the perceived boundaries of our world. And with that chilling understanding firmly entrenched, we must now consider how such an event, an absolute shattering of all known boundaries, would leave its mark on the survivors, and indeed, on the very psyche of humanity itself. The fragments, it seems, are not just of Helen's body, but of our shattered worldview, scattered like dust across the boundless, indifferent cosmos. Chapter 9, The Final Revelation. Welcome, dear listener, to the 11th chapter of our journey into the shadows, a chapter aptly titled The Final Revelation. This is where the threads of mystery, horror, and profound cosmic unease that have been meticulously woven throughout our narrative finally converge, unraveling not merely a secret, but the very fabric of existence as we understand it. Prepare yourselves, for we are about to lift the veil, not just on a family secret, but on the ultimate truth about Helen Vaughan's parentage, and in doing so, we will confront the truly devastating, irreversible cost of daring to gaze into such forbidden knowledge. It is a moment of profound significance in our story, a point of no return where the human mind grapples with the unutterable and the incomprehensible. Our core concept for this segment is precisely that, the ultimate, horrifying truth regarding Helen's origins, and the immense, soul-shattering price paid for finally understanding it. We've watched Clark grapple with fragments, with whispers, with the bewildering and destructive path Helen has carved through the lives of others. Now, all those fragmented pieces, all those fleeting glimpses of horror, are about to coalesce into a singular, undeniable, and utterly terrifying image. The very essence of this chapter lies in the complete, unambiguous confirmation of what was previously only hinted at, that Helen was not merely an extraordinary woman, but a being whose very biological genesis transcended the natural world, a direct offspring of a human mother and a cosmic, preternatural entity. This is not a metaphor, it is a cold, stark, biological fact within the narrative, and its implications are nothing short of catastrophic for anyone who truly comprehends it. Let us now delve into the first key point, the instrument through which this terrible truth is finally unveiled, the revelation of the final, damning letter from Dr. Raymond to Clark. Imagine the scene: Clark, a man haunted by the inexplicable, pursued by shadows and whispers, finally holds in his hands the culmination of another man's life's work, a man driven to the very precipice of sanity by his pursuit of this monstrous knowledge. This letter is not just a correspondence, it is a confession, a testament, a final warning etched in despair. Dr. Raymond, the scientist whose ill-fated experiment initiated this entire chain of events, provides the missing pieces, meticulously laid out in his own tortured words. His letter is a chilling retrospective, a final reckoning where he meticulously details his own culpability, his growing horror, and his ultimate, tragic understanding of what he unleashed upon the world through Mary. It is the definitive account, not just of Helen's origins, but of the unfathomable process by which she came to be, an act of creation so unnatural, so grotesque, that it utterly shatters the conventional understanding of life, reproduction, and the very boundaries between our world and the unfathomable beyond. Think, for a moment, of real-world storytelling examples that employ such a device, a climactic letter or document that brings everything crashing down. Consider the final diary entries in H.P. Lovecraft's At the Mountains of Madness, where the explorers uncover the horrifying history of the Elder Things and their ancient, alien wars, all meticulously documented in their own strange script, revealing a cosmic history that dwarfs humanity into utter insignificance. Or perhaps, for a more personal, yet equally shattering revelation, consider the letters in something like Frankenstein, where Victor's own words, relayed through Walton, slowly unveil the full horror of his creation and his subsequent downfall. In both cases, the written word serves as an undeniable, often horrifying, testament, allowing the reader to experience the shock and the gradual, creeping dread alongside the characters. It grants a sense of direct access to the truth, unmediated by interpretation, often making the revelation even more potent because it comes from the primary source, from the letter details how, in the aftermath of this impossible conception, Mary deteriorated, her mind and body unable to cope with the reality she had experienced and participated in. The child, Helen, was the direct result, carrying within her the genetic and spiritual imprint of both human and inhuman, a hybrid horror walking among us. Her beauty, her seductive power, her capacity for ultimate destruction, all are explained as direct consequences of her unnatural lineage. She is not merely corrupted, she is the corruption, the living embodiment of the forbidden nexus between humanity and the primordial void. To fully grasp the magnitude of this, let's consider another storytelling example. Think of tales where a protagonist discovers they are not entirely human, but of mixed lineage, often with supernatural implications. While many such stories like some vampire or werewolf narratives can be exciting or even empowering, the great god Pan pushes this concept into the realm of pure, unadulterated cosmic horror. It's not about being a half-angel or a half-demon in a way that aligns with human moral frameworks, it's about being the child of something utterly other, something that exists outside of human morality, outside of human form, outside of human comprehension. Perhaps a closer parallel might be found in certain aspects of mythology where gods impregnated mortals, but here, the god is not a classical deity but a formless, ancient, terrifying force, and the resulting offspring is not a hero, but a force of cosmic destruction and spiritual blight. It's the ultimate perversion of Genesis, a monstrous birth that signifies the breaking of all natural laws. The story suggests that the very act of knowing such a truth is enough to unravel a person's mind, to poison their soul, because it utterly destroys the comforting illusion of a human-centric universe. Psychologically, this revelation taps into some of our deepest, most primal fears. The fear of miscegenation, but taken to a cosmic extreme. The fear of the unknown infiltrating the sacred space of reproduction and lineage. The fear that our own bodies, our very genetics, can be invaded and twisted by forces beyond our control or understanding. It challenges the fundamental human need for a sense of order and natural progression. If life itself can be spontaneously, impossibly generated from an encounter with a cosmic entity, then what does that say about the stability of reality? About the sanctity of human life? It breeds a profound sense of existential dread, making humanity seem not just small, but utterly insignificant and vulnerable to forces we can neither perceive nor combat. The idea of an unnatural birth also plays into ancient anxieties about changelings, monstrous progeny, and curses that corrupt generations. But Machen elevates this to a truly cosmic scale, where the corruption isn't just moral or physical, but ontological. It affects the very being of the individual and, by extension, the world around them. Helen is not just a monster, she is a statement about the fragility of our perceived reality and the terrifying power of the forces that lie just beyond our senses. What practical application can we derive from this chilling insight? When engaging with stories that feature extraordinary or non-human characters, ask yourself, what is the source of their otherness? Is it a magical origin, a scientific mutation, or something far more ancient and incomprehensible? In the great god Pan, the source is specifically a cosmic entity, which means it originates from outside human experience, outside human understanding, and therefore carries a unique kind of horror. It invites us to consider the spectrum of otherness in fiction and how different origins create different types of terror or wonder. This concept encourages us to explore the deeper implications of a character's genesis, pushing beyond mere plot devices to examine how it shapes their identity, their impact on the world, and the thematic message the author intends to convey. It's about recognition. So, as we conclude this profound and disturbing chapter, we are left with Clark, undoubtedly forever changed by the terrible knowledge he now possesses. The mystery of Helen Vaughn is solved, but the solution itself is a deeper, more profound horror than any unsolved enigma could have been. The veil has been lifted, and behind it lay not merely a secret, but a glimpse into the primordial chaos that underpins our fragile reality. It is a testament to the power of forbidden knowledge, the fragility of the human mind, and the terrifying, indifferent vastness of the cosmos. We have journeyed through the shadows, faced the unspeakable, and emerged, perhaps, with a deeper, if more terrifying, understanding of the world Machen so brilliantly conjured. Thank you for joining me on this profound exploration, dear listener. The echoes of Pan's pipes may now be clearer, but their tune is one of madness and cosmic dread. 7-Day Action Plan. Welcome, esteemed listener, to the culmination of our journey through Arthur Machen's chilling masterpiece, The Great God Pan. In this chapter, we embark on a transformative experience, a 7-day action plan designed not merely to dissect the novella intellectually, but to allow its profound themes and unsettling atmosphere to resonate deeply within your own psyche. This isn't just a series of exercises, it's a thematic, humanized guide for you to process the psychological horror, integrate its rich literary themes, and truly understand why the story has echoed through the annals of literature for over a century. We aim to move beyond passive consumption to active engagement, transforming your understanding of fear, the unknown, and the very fabric of reality as depicted by Machen. How do we take something so abstractly terrifying and make it a powerful tool for self-reflection and personal growth? That is precisely the essence of the week ahead. Our journey begins with day 1 and 2, focusing on introspection and the delicate balance between scientific ambition and ethical boundaries. Day 1 to 2, journal about your own personal fears of the unknown and where you draw the line in scientific ethics. Think for a moment about those moments when science pushes boundaries in ways that make you feel a tremor of unease. Perhaps it's the ethical debates surrounding advanced genetic engineering, the rapid ascent of artificial intelligence and its potential autonomy, or the audacious ventures into the deepest oceans and the darkest corners of space, realms where human influence seems impossibly small. Remember that visceral discomfort when a news report details an experiment that seems to cross an invisible line, or when you ponder the vast, terrifying emptiness of the cosmos, realizing our own insignificance within it. These are the kinds of fears Machen so masterfully tapped into, anxieties about hubris and the consequences of peering behind forbidden curtains. From a psychological perspective, this exercise is profoundly important because Machen's novella expertly exploits the Victorian era's burgeoning scientific advancements and the simultaneous dread of what those advancements might unleash. By taking the time to reflect on your own fears of the unknown and to delineate your personal ethical boundaries in scientific pursuits, you directly connect with the characters' struggles within the story. It becomes less about abstract literary analysis and more about a personal confrontation with primal anxieties. This form of self-examination acts as a kind of exposure therapy, allowing you to name and examine your discomfort rather than letting it fester unspoken in the shadows of your subconscious. It also sharpens your own moral compass, helping you to define where you believe the pursuit of knowledge should pause, and what lines, if any, should remain inviolate. To put this into practical application, I invite you to grab a dedicated journal or simply open a document on your computer. For the next 2 days, commit at least 30 minutes each day to this reflective practice. Begin by free writing about what the unknown truly signifies to you. Is it cosmic dread, an existential fear of societal collapse, the profound mystery of personal loss, or perhaps something entirely unique to your experience? Let your thoughts flow without judgment. Then, pivot to consider scientific ethics. Where do you believe humanity should ultimately halt its relentless pursuit of knowledge? Are there specific lines that, in your view, should never be crossed, even if the promise of progress beckons? Think deeply about Dr. Raymond's audacious and ultimately catastrophic experiments within the Great God Pen and relate them to contemporary scenarios or potential future scientific endeavors. What would be the modern equivalent of peering into the Great God Pen? As we transition into day 3 and 4, we shift our focus from the internal landscape of fear to the external, primal world of nature. Day 3 to 4, take a mindful, disconnected walk in a forest. Now, as we move into day 5 and 6, we shift from solitary reflection and sensory immersion to communal engagement and intellectual exploration. Day 5 to 6, engage in a discussion or forum about the novella's themes of forbidden knowledge and Victorian societal anxieties. Consider for a moment the electricity generated during a truly vibrant book club discussion, where diverse perspectives collide and coalesce, or the profound insights gained from a lively online forum where differing interpretations of a story illuminate layers you might never have discovered alone. This is the power of collective thought, the incredible capacity for shared dialogue to deepen understanding and spark new epiphanies. From a psychological perspective, art, especially something as profound and unsettling as the Great God Pen, is fundamentally meant to be shared, debated, and interpreted collaboratively. Discussing Machen's work with others allows us to gain entirely new perspectives, to challenge our own initial interpretations, and most importantly, to articulate those vague, unsettling feelings that the novella so expertly evokes but which can be difficult to pinpoint in isolation. Furthermore, this communal engagement helps us to critically contextualize the horror within its original historical and cultural setting, fostering a deeper understanding of the specific anxieties of the Victorian era. Think about the rapid industrialization that reshaped landscapes and lives, the profound scientific challenges posed by Darwinism to established religious dogma, and the rigid societal norms that often suppressed primal instincts. Machen, an astute observer of his time, expertly wove these societal anxieties directly into the very fabric of his narrative. Sharing your fears, your interpretations, and your thoughts in a safe, collaborative space can be incredibly cathartic and profoundly insightful, reinforcing the comforting knowledge that you are not alone in your discomfort or your fascination with these profound themes. For the practical application of this step, I encourage you to actively seek out an online literary forum dedicated specifically to horror fiction, classic literature, or even a broader book discussion community. Many excellent Goodreads groups, vibrant Reddit communities, and dedicated literary websites exist for precisely this purpose. If it's feasible, consider inviting friends or family members who have also read The Great God Pan to participate in a book club-style discussion, either in person or virtually. When you engage, focus your discussion on incisive questions such as, what, in your collective understanding, is the true nature of Pan in this story? Is it a literal, tangible entity, or does it function more powerfully as a metaphor for something deeper, more elemental within the human psyche or the universe itself? How do the rigid and often hypocritical Victorian societal norms, so prevalent in the era, serve to amplify and intensify the horror experienced by the characters and the reader? And critically, what specific dangers do you perceive in the relentless pursuit of forbidden knowledge, as so starkly and terrifyingly portrayed by Machen? Don't hesitate to share your own personal insights gleaned from your past few days of journaling and your mindful nature walks. Your individual experiences will enrich the collective dialogue immensely. Finally, we arrive at Day 7, a day for synthesis, reflection, and acknowledging Machen's enduring legacy. Day 7. Write a short reflective piece on how Machen's work directly influenced modern horror masters like H.P. Lovecraft and Stephen King. Consider for a moment how a truly groundbreaking musician or artist profoundly influences countless later creators. The indelible stamp of the Beatles on generations of bands, for instance, yet how their unique sound is still interpreted and evolved in countless new ways. Or think of how a seminal philosophical idea conceived centuries ago continues to subtly but profoundly shape modern thought and ethical debates. This is the summary. Welcome, dear listener, to our final chapter, a moment of reflection as we cast our gaze back over the disquieting landscapes we have traversed together in The Great God Pan. Our journey through Arthur Machen's masterful narrative has been anything but ordinary, has it? It has been a descent, step by careful step, into a realm where the veil between our mundane reality and something ancient, something unspeakably vast and alien, has been peeled back, revealing glimpses of truths that perhaps were never meant for human eyes or minds. At the very heart of our exploration lies the seductive and profoundly perilous theme of forbidden knowledge. It is a concept that has haunted humanity's imagination since time immemorial, an insatiable curiosity that drives us to peer into the abyss, even when we instinctively know that the abyss might stare back, and perhaps, consume us. In Machen's vision, this forbidden knowledge isn't merely about secrets or hidden facts, it is about the fundamental nature of reality itself, about forces that predate our understanding, forces that touch upon the very essence of chaos and primal being. It is the knowledge of Pan, the all-pervasive, untamed spirit of nature, but a nature far grander and more terrifying than any pastoral idyll we might imagine. This quest for what lies beyond, this yearning to breach the boundaries of human comprehension, begins, as we recall, with Dr. Raymond. His ambition, rooted in a scientific hubris, sought to open the soul of a young woman named Mary, to allow her to perceive the ineffable. And what a terrible success it was! His experiment, conducted with an almost casual disregard for the spiritual and existential implications, tore a hole in the fabric of Mary's mind, granting her a momentary, shattering vision of the great God Pan. This single, audacious act set in motion a multi-generational tragedy, a ripple effect of cosmic horror that would devastate lives and challenge the very sanity of those who brushed against its periphery. Think for a moment about the profound parallels this draws with the classic tale of Frankenstein. Much like Victor Frankenstein, Dr. Raymond, driven by the purest, albeit misguided, scientific zeal, dared to usurp the role of creation, or rather, revelation. He believed he could control the parameters of his experiment, much as Frankenstein believed he could create life without consequence. But both men unleashed forces they could neither comprehend nor contain, leading to a monstrous lineage. For Frankenstein, it was a physical monster; for Raymond, it was a spiritual and psychic one, manifesting through Mary's subsequent transformation and the birth of Helen Vaughan. The psychological impact here is immense. It speaks to a deep-seated human fear, the fear of unintended consequences, the terror of playing God, of our advancements outstripping our wisdom. We are drawn to these stories because they act as cautionary tales, echoing our own anxieties about scientific progress and ethical boundaries. So, how might we, as listeners and thinkers, apply this insight? Perhaps by cultivating a heightened awareness of the ethical dimensions in our own pursuits, whether scientific, technological, or even personal. Before we open the soul of something, figuratively speaking, or pursue knowledge that might fundamentally alter our perception of reality, we must ask ourselves, what are the potential repercussions? Do we truly understand the forces we seek to unleash, or are we, like Dr. Raymond, merely dabbling in the dark without fully grasping the implications? The tragic arc of our story then unfolds through Helen Vaughan, the beguiling, utterly destructive offspring of Mary's encounter with Pan. Helen is not merely a woman, she is an embodiment of that forbidden knowledge, a living conduit to the primal, formless chaos that Raymond so carelessly invoked. Her beauty is fatal, her presence a catalyst for degradation, madness, and unspeakable acts. She drifts through society, an unknowing but devastating agent of cosmic entropy, leaving a trail of ruined lives and inexplicable horrors in her wake. Her story reaches its apocalyptic crescendo, as you remember, in that terrifying, final transformation, where her very being unravels, revealing the multidimensional, kaleidoscopic horror that lies beneath the veneer of human form. It is a vision of dissolution, of sanity crumbling into dust, a stark reminder that some realities are simply too vast, too alien, too fundamentally other, for the human mind to process without breaking. This brings us to the core warning, reiterated W. As we conclude our journey through the great God Pan, we are left not with easy answers, but with profound questions. It is a story that refuses to be neatly categorized or comfortably dismissed. It lingers, much like a half-remembered nightmare, reminding us that there are indeed more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy, and that some of those things, when glimpsed, can shatter the soul. Thank you for joining me on this exploration of the forbidden, the ancient, and the truly terrifying. May your own journey forward be filled with wonder, and a healthy respect for the mysteries that remain. Call to action. And so, we arrive at the close of the Great God Pan, a journey into the unsettling depths of the human psyche and the cosmic dread that lurks just beyond the veil of our perceived reality. The tale of Helen Vaughan, the haunting experiments of Dr. Raymond, and the insidious presence that binds them, has, I trust, left an indelible mark on your imagination, much as it has on generations of readers who dared to peer into its shadowed pages. But the conclusion of a story, particularly one as rich and evocative as this, is rarely an absolute ending. Instead, it often serves as a powerful catalyst, an invitation to continue a dialogue, to delve deeper, and to become an active participant in the ongoing life of the narrative and the wider world of literature it inhabits. This, my friends, is our call to action. Our core concept today is to encourage your engagement, not merely as a passive listener who has absorbed a tale, but as an active explorer of the weird fiction genre and a vital member of our shared listening community. Think of it not as an obligation, but as an opportunity to reflect on what you've experienced, to share your insights, and to deepen your connection with the fascinating realm of classic horror and supernatural mystery. For isn't that what great art truly demands of us? It asks us to look, to listen, to feel, and then to respond, to engage in a conversation that transcends time and space, linking us to authors long past and fellow enthusiasts in the present. Weird fiction, in particular, thrives on this communal exploration of the inexplicable, the shared shiver of recognition that some things are best left unknown, yet irresistibly compelling to ponder. It's a genre that often leaves us with more questions than answers, demanding our active interpretation, prompting us to fill in the cosmic blanks with our own fears and wonders. By engaging further, you are not just consuming, you are contributing to the very fabric of this rich tapestry. Let's delve into the first crucial way you can continue this journey with us, by leaving a rating and, perhaps even more importantly, a detailed review of this audiobook. Imagine, if you will, walking into a bookstore, a charming, dusty emporium filled with literary treasures. You're browsing the horror section, searching for your next captivating read. What often catches your eye first, beyond the cover art, are those little stickers or blurbs from other readers, perhaps a small card slipped into the pages with a handwritten note of recommendation. Similarly, when you're scrolling through an online platform, seeking out a new auditory adventure, aren't you naturally drawn to the star ratings and the snippets of opinion left by others who have already embarked on that specific journey? This is precisely the power of your review. It acts as a beacon, a trusted guide for potential new listeners who are standing at the same crossroads you once did, wondering if this particular narrative will resonate with them. From a psychological perspective, your review is incredibly potent. Firstly, there's the principle of reciprocity. You've just spent a significant amount of time immersed in a story, hopefully finding enjoyment, suspense, and perhaps even a touch of existential unease. By leaving a review, you're reciprocating that value, offering a small but meaningful contribution back to the creators and the community. It's a subtle act of giving that enriches the entire ecosystem. Secondly, and perhaps most profoundly, your review provides what psychologists refer to as social proof. When someone sees that an audiobook has numerous positive ratings and thoughtful reviews, it signals that others have found it worthwhile, validating its quality and encouraging them to take the plunge. This phenomenon is a powerful motivator in our decision-making process. Moreover, by articulating your thoughts, you contribute to a sense of shared experience, solidifying your place within a community of like-minded individuals. You're not just a solitary listener, you're a voice. Then there's the formation of habit and routine. Just as you might subscribe to a monthly magazine or a streaming service, following a content provider fosters a consistent connection, making it easier to integrate new literary discoveries into your regular listening habits. Furthermore, subscribing often comes with a sense of belonging. You're not just a random visitor, you're a recognized member of a community that shares a passion for atmospheric, psychological terror. This sense of affiliation can be deeply satisfying, creating a shared identity around a niche interest. It also appeals to our innate curiosity, with the promise of future delights, undiscovered authors, and new interpretations of beloved classics. And perhaps most practically, it offers unparalleled convenience. Instead of constantly searching, new recommendations and releases are brought directly to your attention, simplifying your journey through the vast landscape of audio content. How can you put this into immediate effect? It's usually a straightforward process. On most audiobook platforms, you'll find a follow button associated with the publisher's profile, the narrator's page, or even the specific series this audiobook belongs to. Click or tap that button. By doing so, You'll often receive notifications when new audiobooks are released, when special promotions are active, or when curated lists of similar titles are published. This is your personal invitation to an ever-expanding library of tales designed to thrill, unnerve, and provoke thought. Imagine being alerted the moment a new, meticulously crafted adaptation of Algernon Blackwood's The Willows or Robert W. Chambers' The King in Yellow becomes available. Wouldn't that be a delightful dispatch to receive? By subscribing, you are effectively curating your own literary future, ensuring that your hunger for the weird and wonderful is continuously sated. Finally, and perhaps the most organically powerful way to extend the life and reach of the great god pen and the genre it represents, is to encourage you to share this audiobook link with your fellow fans of atmospheric, psychological terror. Think about the last time a friend, whose taste you deeply trust, recommended a book, a film, or a piece of music to you. Didn't that recommendation carry significantly more weight than a generic advertisement? Word of mouth is, and always has been, the most potent form of endorsement. When you share something you genuinely love, you're not just promoting a product, you're sharing an experience, a piece of your intellectual and emotional landscape, with someone you believe will appreciate it just as much. Perhaps you have a friend who shares your penchant for the uncanny, or a book club that delights in dissecting complex, unsettling narratives. This is your chance to introduce them to a masterful work that continues to haunt and fascinate. From a psychological standpoint, sharing is deeply intertwined with our social nature. Firstly, there's the altruistic impulse, the genuine desire to share something good, something enriching, with others. It's a form of social gifting, offering a valuable experience without expectation of direct return, simply for the joy of shared appreciation. Secondly, sharing content that aligns with your specific tastes, particularly in a niche genre like weird fiction, reinforces your own identity and expertise. You position yourself as someone with discerning taste, a connoisseur of atmospheric dread, which can be a subtle but satisfying boost to your self-perception. It also fosters social bonding. When you and a friend have both experienced the unsettling climax of the great god Pan or pondered the implications of its monstrous deity, you gain a common ground for discussion, for analysis, for comparing notes on the shivers it evoked. This shared intellectual and emotional experience strengthens connections. Furthermore, there's an element of influence and opinion leadership at play. By recommending this audiobook, you are subtly guiding the choices of others. Assert. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.